Okay. Okay.
So we're back in session. We left off with ending hearing public comment. Was there anybody else that had anything else on the executive orders, on bills from last session, um, that needed to make a comment? If not, we'll proceed onward with the Secretary of State. And here we go. Go ahead and state your name and we'll hear your comments.
Karen Wetzel Lander. I just wanted to let you all know that I agreed with everything that Jill Kaufman said. I trust our county clerks. I applaud them for the work that they do, but I definitely think we have a problem with the machines. Simple.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions for? None? Okay. All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Secretary, we'll continue on.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. To recap a little where we've been this morning, we ran through some of our authorities after the county clerks provided their presentation, and then we went through the executive order. So we're now beginning the third part of our presentation for today's meeting, which is the failed bills from the 25 session and some thoughts from us on those bills. So we put these into sort of 5 categories. And these are, I believe, all bills that I'm a huge fan of, testified in support of. And so we sort of put them in 5 categories. First was chain of custody. And House Bill 131, ballot drop boxes prohibition. I think you all know where I stand on this. There's no mention in Wyoming state law of the drop boxes. And we have removed the directives from the COVID era that Buchanan put in place that allowed them. And so we believe that they should be removed. We still do have a minority of counties that have them. And we think with where we're at right now, that we hope that the enforcement authorities proceed with enforcing the law in the 26 election. But we also believe that we'd like to have a clear ban in Wyoming state law. And that's House Bill 131. It was brought by Chairman Knapp, wonderful bill, and that's the first one on the chain of custody list. And then you have House Bill 238, ballot harvesting prohibition, brought by Representative Johnson. Another great bill to close the loophole in our statute. Right now, we have no ban on ballot harvesting, and we think it's very important that we close that area of our statute and maintain the chain of custody. So those are huge priorities for us. Both of those bills were on our 2025 election integrity agenda. 100% of our agenda went through the House, and then 6 of the 10 priorities went through the Senate. All of those became law ultimately, but there's 4 priorities outstanding from that initial agenda, and both of those, 131 and 238, were on that. Then you move into the next category, which is hand counts and hand audits / procedures. House Bill 217, random hand count audits of election results. Huge fan of this bill. It was brought by Representative Lucas. This puts into place a requirement that one precinct in every county be hand counted, the entire ballot. And I think it's very important that we have sort of that, we get into the habit, because the clerks talk a lot about how they haven't been doing that in a long time. And I think that increasing confidence through having that one precinct per county audit of the entire ballot would be very helpful. That bill, There was no motion on that in House Appropriations. You know, a lot of election integrity bills, and we recognize that while we want to keep moving the ball forward, that there was limited time during that session. And so I think that that's another great bill. House Bill 232, elections hand counting for recounts. That was brought by Representative Haroldson, another just really great bill, which amends the statutory recount process for races, both automatically triggering hand recounts in some situations and in other situations at the request of the candidate. It also amends state law to make it very clear that a hand eyeball examination of the ballot is allowed under Wyoming state law. So when you think about 217 versus 232, 217 is basically an audit of an entire ballot in a certain area. 232 is more about races. So recounts, hand recounts are triggered, one, if races are under a certain threshold in terms of the margin of victory, and then two, if a candidate requests them. But at different thresholds, they have to deposit quite a bit of money to request them. That was one that Representative Haroldson worked a lot on with the clerks. Don't want to speak for them, but they were, they can correct me if I'm wrong here, largely supportive of that, especially once some amendments came in on the engrossed copy regarding share of costs. That's one of the things I think they wanted to clarify was the share of costs. House Bill 215 is the prohibition on electronic voting equipment, and I really do think this is a direction we need to be moving towards, which is looking towards, and the first two bills kind of cue that up, getting us in the habit of having that hand eyeball examination. We saw how important that was in the Weston County experience, and 215 is sort of the grand moving in that direction, and so it's a bill that we encourage the House committee to move forward, and I think it's an important conversation to have. House Bill 245, pen and paper ballots. This really did, we talked a lot about this today. And while the previous three bills were about hand tabulation, pen and paper ballots is about how you cast your ballot, and that you're not going to have barcodes casting the ballot in any situation, which is in alignment with Section 4 of President Trump's election integrity executive order, the way it's worded. It really hits on where we were at with the House version of 245. You know, the Senate version did get quite amended, and in where it was at by the time it got through the Senate, there was actually 190 is where that concept started, or it was basically started with 245 basically in there after 245 was introduced and then got amended down in committee to basically allow for the status quo, which is as long as names are printed, it's still allowed for the barcode to cast the ballot, which is different from what the EO is saying and different from my position as Secretary of State. So I think 245, the engrossed version, is a really, really great, important bill and advances the ball in the EO. House Bill 278, elections, voting machine, and voting system tests. Representative Locke was the lead on this bill. They ran out of time in the House Corporations Committee for it. This is a really important bill, and I think it is ripe to bring through the committee as well. It's actually probably one of the highest vetted bills that we had in the 2025 session on elections. After the testing issues in the primary and general election, I sort of convened an informal working group with the clerks to do two things. One, to modify the statute to make it more rigorous in testing, and then two, to make it clearer. I mean, one of the big holes, and Clerk Freese touched on this morning, is that it is not very clear on testing on the express vote, which is actually the one that we're concerned about at all, but because of the barcode issue, it's actually an amplified deal on the express vote, and the statute's not very clear on it. I think partially because the express vote came later, and it was particularly used in a certain geographic area. So I believe it was 6 concepts in there, maybe it was 7 by the time we were done. And it was pretty well vetted with the clerks. I'm not saying there's some things on the edges, but we really need to bring that one through. I talked with Clerk Irvin at the end of the session on that. It was too bad we just ran out of time on it. I think it's really important we ramp up the testing statute and also make it clearer. It is unclear. Not only do myself and the clerks disagree maybe on some provisions, I think there's even disagreement between counties on some provisions. And I think it's really important we do that one as well. SB 184, SF 184 was basically a facsimile of House Bill 215, another great bill. Senate File 190 started out as sort of a facsimile of House Bill 232 and 245. That got quite amended down when it made its way through the Senate. So transitioning now into the third box, voter ID and voter registration. As you know, I'm a big voter ID guy. One of the ways I first got involved in election integrity was being the lead on voter ID. Brought that in 2018, we came up short. 2019, we came up short. 2020, we came up short. And in 21, we brought through House Bill 75, which was our voter ID requirement. That being said, there were some things that came in on the floors, both floors, that I always thought were things that needed to be cleaned up as we further crossed the Rubicon on voter ID, and we got the bill just got implemented, and we just, I think everybody's on most people are on board with it. So the first one is House Bill 145, absentee ballot return required information. I'm a huge fan of this bill. I actually think the catch title should be voter ID for absentee ballots. It's basically, and there's a few states that do this. I think it's in the 3 to 5 range, where it's not a facsimile of the voter ID with the absentee ballots. It's not like someone has to scan their ID or something. It's that on the inner envelope, it's a requirement that the individual place their driver's license number or their social security number on the inner envelope. And other states have done this, and it's worked pretty well. And it basically becomes a form of voter ID because the clerks can cross-check that and ensure citizenship, et cetera, et cetera. And so I think that is sort of the next wave on voter ID. House Bill 160, voter identifications revisions. This one is somewhat paired with 206. And House Bill 145 was brought by Representative Smith. Ran out of time on it. It was never referred out of the Speaker's desk. House Bill 160, voter identifications revisions, was brought by Representative Tarver from Campbell County. And this was one of the things on the acceptable list on voter ID that I just think there's a broad consensus is problematic. The student IDs, there's no procedure in state law for how these are issued. It's unclear whether some have photos on them. They're issued to foreign nationals, at least at the University of Wyoming. It also is unclear. I mean, the other day I was going through my stuff, and it was a couple months ago, and I found my ID from high school. So I don't know, maybe I should experiment and see if it'll work, but I want to use my license, I just, this is a test, but it's kind of unclear the way it's worded, but
Go ahead. It's gonna
fall out anyway. Mr. Secretary, you do look awful young. You'd probably work.
You think I pull it off? Okay. This job is aging me, though. I mean, look at a photo. This job has aged me a little bit. House Bill 182, that is elections prohibiting use of secondary address. That is a bill from Representative Brown. That bill, it's a very interesting concept. What we're trying to get, I think he was trying to get with that bill, is stopping usage of commercial addresses for registering to vote, which is a growing problem. The challenge on it, the way it was worded, maybe there's some things we can do to touch it up. I think it is an important issue because this issue of commercial addresses being used for registration is growing across the country. That bill, I believe, was not referred out of the Speaker's desk. If it was not heard in committee. House Bill 206, elections acceptable identification revisions 2. That was a bill brought by Representative Weber. That bill clarifies that IDs without photos on them would not be eligible for photo ID for registering to vote. I mean, the whole point of voter ID is that after you go through the 3 checkbox registration process, which is separate, that when you come to the polls and you're on the registration list, that you are who you say you are. And how do you do that without a photo? I mean, it is impossible to do that. And so Medicare and Medicaid ID cards were added to the acceptable list. It was an agreement, and it was sunsetted. 2030, it's sunsetted. So I'm looking forward to New Year's Day. 2030, even if we don't get this through, I'm going to be able to pop some champagne and we'll have true voter ID. But in the meantime, we don't. And we are, you'll see it a lot on X. The states that have true voter ID, we're not colored green. We're sort of yellow, and green's the best in that graph because we allow these non-photo IDs for voter ID. Now, ARP, I do want to comment. I know they're going to come up. They sort of said, well, they're on board with this if we allow for a hardship exemption across the board on all of the voter ID statute. The problem with that is, I think it just drives a huge hole through our voter ID statute if somebody can come to the polls and say, hey, I don't have acceptable ID, so I just am going to sign an attestation and hurdle that process. And so to me, that is not, that I'm not on board with that sort of. I don't view that as a compromise. I think it's just way too far the other direction. I think AMAC was going to talk on it today. I think they're looking to testify, and they I think agree that we need to have the security measures. They have over 9,000 members, they were telling me, in Wyoming, which is a lot. And it's really important we have photo ID for voter ID. And I don't think we should weaken the entire voter ID statute with some sort of attestation that allows you to hurdle the whole thing. I will note that 206 and 160 could be combined together. And I think it would be a single subject and an interesting approach for that. Those are great bills. Now, moving to the fourth box, election judges and poll watchers, House Bill 144, County Canvassing Board. That was brought by Speaker Nyman. It was not heard on the floor of the state Senate. It did come out of committee. Granted, it was heavily amended. The thought on that one, it was out of the Weston County experience, and it was actually off a question that was asked earlier this morning, which is who appoints the county canvassing board. And the answer to that is, while there are parameters in statute on who can fill those, is the county clerk appoints the county canvassing board and sits on the county canvassing board. And so, it's one of those issues where it's a little awkward to have a county canvassing board that is appointed by the person. You really should create that separation there. And Speaker Nyman had an approach on that the parties could respectively appoint individuals to fill those slots. The county clerk would still be on there. That's at least my memory on that bill. And the respective parties would appoint. It did get heavily amended over in the Senate. And I do think it's a good bill. I think you could even go a little further. I think we do need to have that separation, but House Bill 144 is a step in the right direction. House Bill 307, poll watchers, polling station observation. This one is a bill that we internally called it the Poll Watchers Bill of Rights. As you know, the Republican Party was under a consent decree for, I think it was 4 decades, where they couldn't have poll watchers nationwide. And eventually it was lifted. And since then, we really only had 2 cycles now where poll watchers have been allowed from the majority party. There have been issues. And some of them get pretty nitty-gritty, but I do think there is some need for us to clarify some of these things. The lead provision in this bill is clarifying that poll watchers can watch absentee balloting and also stay after the polls close, which our statute is not clear on. And the implementation from the counties has been variant. And that is, when you look at kind of different rating systems, allowing poll watchers for absentee ballot tabulation and after the polls close, that's a pretty basic provision in state law that Wyoming does not have. Then you go from there and it gets a little more nitty-gritty. There's a lot of different situations that have happened that we do need to, I think, address. But that's the lead provision in House Bill 307. That was brought by Representative Pendergraft, and it was not heard on the floor of the state Senate after it passed the House and was heard in committee. House Bill 321, election judge selection. This is another great bill. It has to do with this nuance where whether the party is able to first submit election judge suggestions. And the way the statute is worded, I think it's pretty clear that's the way it's supposed to be. But it's in some counties not the way it's been applied. So we were seeking to make it even clearer. I hope in the 26 election that it is applied that way. I think we've verbally gotten some indication it would be, but I would like to make it clearer in state law. So that's in the election judges and poll watchers box, another three great bills. Election judge selection 321 was brought by Representative Lucas and was not heard on the House side during committee of the whole. It did make its way through committee. Now, transitioning into the last box, process and procedures. House Bill 79, bond elections, voter threshold requirement. Great bill. Representative Stivar has brought that now. I think we're on year 3 or 4. He got it through this year, and it was vetoed by the governor, unfortunately. I really disagreed with that veto. I think we've allowed in state law, and Chairman Case can speak to this, a lot of these bond elections, and it has just grown in the last 5 years quite a bit. I mean, we just heard earlier this morning that the election there in Platte County had 150 voters, and we just think that, I think that we should try to roll these into high turnout affairs. Now, obviously, there's emergencies, but we should try to roll these into situations where the most number of people in each county can look at these issues. And not sure that's happening around the state. I mean, we had a fire election in Laramie County. What was it? The turnout was like 3%, 4%. We need to get the percentage here on yesterday's in Platte County on the total turnout. So this would have put a threshold on it. And you had to hit a certain threshold. And I don't think the governor seems to think there are constitutional concerns on this, which I just respectfully disagree with. House Bill 154, false voting amendments. This was brought by Representative Brady. It was not passed in the Senate. The second concurrence report was not agreed to on the Senate on a 14-16 vote. What we were really trying to do there, yes.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, we have a little housekeeping thing with the monitor. That's what people would be seeing. Need to click OK. Yeah, sorry about that. Whoever's in control of that. Bye.
Uh-oh.
Now we're off the air. Okay. Okay, it's just us. We've been in the dark all day.
Thank you for the catch, Mr. Chairman. You're busy watching TV while we're.
Well, for all of you out there, we've got the game on here.
Yeah, we're getting a reset.
We're good.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Secretary.
Okay, thank you. House Bill 154, false voting amendments. The second concurrence report failed, I believe, on a 14-16 vote in the Senate. There were really two things in that bill, and the second thing sort of swallowed up the first, which was unfortunate. The first thing was that we wanted to clarify that double voting across state lines was illegal. The statute is not very clear on this, and it is clear that double voting within the state is illegal, but double voting across state lines, it is not very clear on. And I think that in terms of enforcement, I'm afraid with county attorneys where we've had struggles with getting enforcement anyway, even on things that are pretty clear, I think we're going to struggle on that one. And it's important in terms of having a clear code. And I would think the first concept is a slam dunk. The second one had to do that the Secretary of State could basically ask for an investigation from the sheriff on these issues. It's in line with our complaint authority, but it just, I guess, became controversial over in the Senate. And I do think it's an important bill to bring through. I think the first concept, I think both concepts are great, but the first concept is really the most important. And I do think there's a consensus on it. House Bill 173, independent candidate requirements. This bill had three concepts in there. It was brought by Representative Haroldson. It was not heard in committee of the whole in the Senate. It passed the House with a big margin. There are three concepts in this bill. And what we're trying to get at is some of the problems we've seen in independent candidacies in terms of maybe what I would say is pushing the statute a little bit. Certainly independent candidacies and having a vibrant independent process is a key part of our election process, but we wanted to get us a little closer to other states in three respects. One, requiring that independent candidates be registered unaffiliated voters, which is not required in the current statute. So you've had situations where partisan registered voters apply to be candidates as independents, and it doesn't really make sense if they're going to be on the ballot as independents. The second concept was raising the threshold in certain races for being able to attain signatures, the threshold for being able to get on the ballot. And there was some amendment over in the House that sort of bifurcated the state legislative and county thresholds as opposed to the state thresholds. I mean, the legislative thresholds, I mean, it can require as few as I've seen 50 to 60 signatures required. It's off of the turnout in the previous election. It's just very low. And so we think we get that a little closer to what other states do was pretty common sense. And then the third concept there was to require that the deadline be on the same day as the partisan primary. And at the very least, think that the deadline needs to be moved up a little bit. Right now, it can be up to 2 weeks after the primary, which is just really problematic because it leads to some organizations sort of cherry picking off of whether they like the primary winner or not. And that's not the point of independent candidacies. The point of independent candidacies is to provide an independent option. And it really doesn't have anything to do with who wins the partisan primary. So, we think it should be in alignment with the partisan primary when that's required. You could also make it the day of the primary. But we really need to get more in a common sense footing on that as well. So those three concepts are in House Bill 173. Great bill. Huge fan of all these bills, and that bill as well. It's huge. House Bill 176, vacancies in public office amendments. This was brought by Representative Bratton. This clarified some issues on vacancies that we've had where county commissions aren't appointing from the list of qualified electors that are sent to them via the process in state law, and filling vacancies where it goes to the local partisan party. And it would just require them to fill those vacancies, which has been a problem, not just in Sheridan County. It's been a problem in Campbell County over the last 5 or 6 years. It's come up a few times. Great bill. House Bill 190, bond election language process. This was a bill brought by Representative Lean that passed the House, passed Senate committee. It failed on the floor of the Senate on committee of the whole for lack of being heard. This came out of an issue that was brought to my attention in Natrona County and it also comes out of this trend we've seen in the last 5 years where the legislature has allowed a lot more bond elections. When you have a statewide initiative or referendum, it is required in state law that the language on a statewide initiative or referendum is not biased. And that requirement is not there for local ballot issues. And so you had a situation where in Natrona County, and it went through the city council, where it was like new animals, much needed space at a new animal shelter or something like. There were like adjectives and adverbs, and it was just it was biased language. And I don't think it was the approach where the state wants to be at in terms of ballot language. And I think we need to get some oversight over that process. It had that oversight coming through our office in its original version, and then it got amended to where qualified electors could file litigation as sort of private actors if they thought the language wasn't clear. And then there were some Senate amendments as well. But it's an important thing for us to address. And then House Bill 249, runoff elections, which is an old friend. I think it is an important thing for us to move forward, which is that, you should have a majority of the partisan primary in order to move forward, so to the general election. And so those are sort of the failed bills that we wanted to run through. I have a couple other things to talk about on, this is sort of actually a fourth box. There is a small cleanup issue on House Bill 156. The bill is fine on being implemented without it, but I've talked with the county clerks on one issue that we think we should look at in terms of cleanup. Do you want to hand out the In speaking with the county clerks on implementation of House Bill 156, specifically the durational residency aspect of House Bill 156, we began talking about existing statute, both with the passage of House Bill 156 and how it treats incoming residents who may not meet the durational residency requirement for the upcoming election. As the language currently reads, an individual in some circumstances may legally begin the process of registering to vote, but would be prevented from voting in the upcoming election. Specifically on the handout we provided, existing statutes 18-16-102, 22-1-102, 22-3-102, 22-3-103, and 22-29-104 specified that an individual must be at least 18 and have been a bona fide resident of Wyoming for not less than 30 days prior to the election at which he offers to vote. And in the case of an 18-year-old, there is actually a pre-existing conflict between two statutes in which some statutes specify a date certain to be 18 years old, but in all other areas contemplates that an individual be at least 18 before the election at which they offer to vote. In both instances, this presents a unique scenario in which existing statute, at least partially, suggests that an individual could meet the registration qualifications for an election down the road, but not for the next upcoming election. So the question is what to do. So say you have somebody show up, want to register to vote on August 10th, and they say, hey, we just moved here August 9th. They're not going to meet, say the primary is August 20th, they're not going to meet the 30-day durational residency requirement. And the question is whether we put that individual into a pending status in the registration system, which we can do. But granted, we're a little concerned that, one, there could be errors, and two, it's sort of a manual process, and two, is it, will there be situations where someone gets through that they're not supposed to because they're going to have to append that it's pending at the time of voter registration. And as the clerks discussed, it can get quite busy in the lead up to the election. So the other approach would be to say that the individual would have to come back after the election and register at that time, and would not be able to register if they're not eligible for the immediately upcoming election, which they wouldn't be able to vote at anyway, legally. And so the question here is, do we put them into pending and then automatically they're registered after the election, or do we just say come back after the election? And the way the statute's worded right now with respect to the 30-day issue, and also 18-year-olds, which is another choice whether to make it conforming. We just wanted to bring that to your attention. Don't really have a position on that. While right now we're moving forward with the pending approach because that's the way the statute is worded, I think for ease and also transparency, preventing errors, I think the clerks and I are on the same page that we should maybe amend it to lean towards the second approach. So this is a pretty small situation. We can implement the statute as written, but it's something we wanted to bring to your attention. Unfortunately, it looked like Clerk Irvin had to go home, but he's indicated that he's supportive of it, and certainly would let him speak to that if he can. And then the final thing I wanted to bring to your attention is discuss this with some committee members and blockchain committee members. Another bill from the 2025 legislative session was House Bill 47, Secretary of State Expedited Filings. House Bill 47 would essentially allow our office to expedite filings, primarily for those with our business division, including profit and nonprofit corporations, LLCs, etc. This has become a recurring bill from the blockchain committee. And while I have testified that there is some appetite for this bill from the business community and am supportive of it as long as we get our staffing issues handled, really think the proper venue for this bill is the Joint Corporations Committee. And as engrossed, this bill correctly contemplated the potential administrative impact and balanced these burdens with the potential revenue by authorizing a full-time position. I think it's a great vehicle and would ask the committee to consider bringing the engrossed House version through this committee. It's going to come your way in the session, presumably, but I just think it is better for it to originate here, in my opinion. I don't really think it's a blockchain. It came out of a request from one of the sort of ancillary members, non-voting members, and that's the only reason it originally became a blockchain bill. Also wanted to say I'm very supportive of requiring all parts in the machines to be manufactured domestically. I think that's an approach some states have gone, and would encourage the committee to look at that as well. And there's a lot of other issues, but I don't want to inundate you. I think we already have a lot of bills on the table, very supportive of these election integrity bills. And I'm hopeful that that the committee considers moving forward with them as we proceed through the interim. So really appreciate this time, and if there's any questions.
Yes, Representative Weber.
I have a kind of a little list here. I propose that LSO draft House Bill 131, House Bill 160 to be combined with House Bill 206, House Bill 173, House Bill 217, House Bill 232 for the next meeting.
All right. Are there, did you make that as a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'm hoping we could maybe set that motion aside until we hear. public
Let's
comment.
do that.
Just
So
in order.
this reminded,
Thank
I
you.
had a flashback of session here. There's 22 bills plus a cleanup bill plus an added one. So first, let's see if there's any questions from the committee, especially from the senator's side, as we vetted these bills pretty thoroughly in the House, and maybe you haven't seen them on the floor or had the questions you've been able to ask on any one of these. So are there any questions from the committee?
Mr. Chairman.
I can.
Oh. Yes, Minority Leader Yin.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Secretary Gray, two questions. You noted that you are supportive of moving the prohibition on electronic voting equipment forward. Do you support banning the machines in total or only just the conversation? I'm trying to get where your actual stance is if you had to vote on it yourself.
Mr. Secretary. And just so we're clear, is that House Bill, is it 278?
Mr. Chairman, I don't remember the
215.
exact number. I think it's actually both 184 and 215 on this presentation screen. So banning
Okay.
the machines completely
Mr.
and
Secretary.
hand counting.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we had a cabinet meeting, President Trump, and he received over 71% in the state of Wyoming, at a cabinet meeting where Secretary Gabbard commented on some of the issues that she has been finding with the potential for hacking of the machine. So I think it's really important. She said she's going to have a report on this very soon. The executive order requires a report from the Department of Homeland Security, from Secretary Noem. I think it's really important that we continue to have this before us for consideration, because we don't know what that report's going to say yet. And I'm very concerned on the findings that they found at the federal level and the potential for hacking. So definitely think that we need to be looking at that. I certainly am waiting for that report. And I think, the executive order only came a month ago. And so that requires a report from the Department of Homeland Security. And then I'm expecting Secretary Gabbard's report, hopefully this summer. She actually, I don't know if you saw this cabinet meeting, she actually said that they found that these machines can be hacked. So I think it's something that we really need to be examining.
Follow up?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, thank you. So I have another question. I'll just take that as a non-answer, or I'm waiting, I guess. My other question was, we talked about foreign influence and that PACs just have to make an attestation that they don't have foreign influence when they file their paperwork. If an attestation is okay for those political action committees, why is an attestation not okay for elderly seniors who are trying to vote?
Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and certainly note the gotcha sort of tone here. I want to correct something from the previous comments afterwards, after my questions, the mischaracterization. It was an answer, which is that we need to continue to examine these issues. We can't just poo-poo reports from the Trump administration on the potential for hacking. And I hope that you maintain an open mind, that as the experts examine this, that we're going to continue to look at it, because those reports should be coming. And we really need to be vigorous on this, not make this partisan, and have the experts examine these issues on potential for hacking. Now, on your second question, and appreciate that question, I wanted to go back to this issue, and you kind of queued it up last time. I didn't go there in the responses, but I would love to have subpoena authority on looking at whether these attestations that are made on our campaign finance website are correct or not. So would invite a motion from yourself or anybody in the committee to allow for that enforcement authority. Because I do think that just having an attestation on the campaign finance filings is problematic. And so I would certainly would like to have more authority on that. And you know, it just isn't there in state law. And so that emanates from the legislature, and would invite yourself or anybody to have that where we move off an attestation on that as well. And so my position isn't inconsistent there. In fact, it might be inconsistent. Well, we'll see. I mean, I think that there might be inconsistencies on another side on this, but my certainly isn't inconsistent. I think we need to move off attestations. Thank you.
Follow up? Any other questions? Representative Brown.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to talk about making these motions to move these bills forward. We've got a lot of stuff to cover this weekend. And my concern is if we don't get these moved forward, that we could lose the opportunity. And so I would really like to look at making motions to move these bills forward. See what the committee wants to do, and see about getting these done.
All right, here's what we're going to do. We'll receive public comment on any one of these bills after the questions from the committee is done. There's a lot of bills here that I think we need to prioritize in moving forward. Get them to next meeting. That way everybody has a chance to look at them, has a chance to let LSO look at them for language, any amendments that you might want to have, and address each one of them in our next meeting. But we can prioritize, certainly we can prioritize them to see which bills we want to move forward to go through that process. So are there any other questions? Representative or Senator Landons?
Mr. Chairman, just a quick house order kind of thing here. Any thoughts about what kind of bill load you and the co-chairman want to come out of here with? It's kind of unrealistic for any committee to carry 20 bills into a session, especially a budget session. And we haven't even touched on all the other issues we've got today, including electricity and on and on. So I'm just curious, what's the flavor? If we want to spend that amount of time, we sure can carry a bunch of these forward. What's your thoughts?
And I'll ask Mr. Chairman too, but my thought is narrow these down to what are priorities that this committee sees as priorities that we do want to sponsor. The rest can go as individual bills. But to vet those bills that we deem a priority, whether it's 8 to 10 or whatever, to look at next meeting. And those can either go up or down to sponsor as well. But I think that was my view, just to not be overloaded, like you said. So, Mr. Chairman.
I think I concur. We can't tackle all these. To be honest, there's not an appetite in the Senate for all of these. Some of them we did not move forward. Some we did, and we're taken up on the floor. So there's a lot more to them, I think, than maybe you might think.
Senator Dockstader.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. At this point, we've just we're taking an individual bill and moving it up to a committee level. I'm not ready to do that at this point. I would like to take a closer look at them, but to move them up and all of a sudden give them the stamp of approval for committee or put them in that process of receiving committee approval, I won't be with that, but thank you, Mr. Co-Chair.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, Representative Lucas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I guess I'm just wondering what it would look like if we proposed certain bills to be rewritten or advanced. LSO will have some work to do on that. And then when we get together again, that we have something to look at then. And at that point, then we can decide whether or not we're actually going to move a bill. You know, we can propose today and get these bills drafted so that we know what they look like.
And certainly, you know, since both committees have looked at several of these, and actually both committees have passed several of these along, I think there are certain bills that we might be willing to sponsor as a committee moving forward. But to give it that process, and like you said, they may pan out, they may not, but at least to give some of these that we've both had an opportunity to look at through session, to possibly sponsor as a committee. So any other comments? All right. Do you have any other comments, Secretary? We're going to move on to public comment on these. Okay. For a matter of time, you know, we've heard a lot today through the demonstration about hand counts and hand audits. Does anybody from the public have any other comments or concerns about or priorities about any one of these bills going forward? Just please come up and fill the seats. And if you could, state your name and then the bill that you're wishing to address or the category that you're wishing to address, and then we'll receive your comments. So if we can just start from left to right. Go ahead, Tom. Yes.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'm Tom Laycock, AARP, Wyoming State Director, Associate State Director. We're a membership organization for those age 50 and over in the state of Wyoming. We have 80,000 members. Because AARP Wyoming does not offer endorsements, fund any campaigns or candidates, frankly, we're just not that exciting. We do tend to focus on the practical impacts of what's being proposed. In the case of voter ID, that HB 206, we actually supported the amended version of that bill that came out of the Senate Corporations Committee last legislative session. It's our hope that we can examine ways to find those who might struggle with getting a photo ID, such as those in nursing homes, keep their ability to vote while maintaining very secure elections. As I mentioned, we did support HB 206 as it came out of Senate Corps last year. As a reminder, the committee modeled the amendment after a law passed in Texas allowing voters without photo ID to fill out a reasonable impediment form, which included the last four of the social. The impediment also makes it, they also are asked to fill out the impediment that makes it difficult to get a photo ID and produce any two of a number of documents such as birth certificate, proof of residency, or medical billing statement showing the voter is a resident of that precinct. In our proposal, the decision to accept the ballot would then rest with the county clerk. The clerks would be asked to determine the legitimacy of the impediment, as well as match the last four digits of the social security number on the form with the voter registration data available. County decisions could then be appealed to the state canvassing board. Ultimately, we're fine with the removal of Medicare cards, assuming we can find another alternative method for verification. But the thing that's been missing from the conversation is to ask those who have used Medicare cards. And remember, the clerks told us they thought between 300 and 350 people used them in the last election. Is to ask them why they're using Medicare cards to vote. In the coming weeks, we will be asking our members if they, their parents, their loved ones, or neighbors can help us understand why they've used these cards instead of a photo ID. We hope that information is something we can provide to help you determine a path forward. Now, the caveat with that is if you're using a Medicare card, most likely it's because you're maybe perhaps not connected online. So we'll see what we can do in terms of getting information back, and happy to share it with you. Finding alternatives to those who cannot get photo ID is not an issue unique to Wyoming. The NCSL website is a great place to start research of all 50 states and what they do, but it's not a great place to finish it. With the help of our other AARP state offices across the country, I was able to find a number of other states NCSL claims as strict photo ID states that actually have provisions for those who may be in nursing home care or otherwise struggle to get a license or photo ID. For example, Wisconsin, law requires municipal clerks to appoint 2 special voting deputies to conduct voting in certain residential care facilities with a witness signature from the residential care facility. That is to say, there are a lot of ways to skin this cat, and to that front, I've left you with a variety of what other states have done. I've dropped them into categories of strict photo ID states, and Ed Clerk Talbot was nice enough to pass those out for us. States with more stringent requirements, states with moderate requirements, states who allow attestations, and states that allow a signature match, as well as some states that have just little or no regulation whatsoever. There are a few states that are pretty locked down to a photo ID. Ohio is photo ID with an allowance for absentee balloting. Mississippi and Georgia are the same, and New Hampshire is in the process of doing something similar. We've also wondered if voter registration process doesn't hold at least some key to this question of voter identity. When someone registers to vote, could the clerk's office take a photo, similar to the way your doctor's office does, and place that along with the registration to make it visible to election judges on site? We've also kicked around the idea of who can submit photos to whiteout for the printing of a photo ID. For example, nursing home directors, given the fact they're already allowed to sign off for residency on registrations. When we left the Capitol last session, we said we'd be happy to meet with the Secretary's office to find a method for verification where no photo ID is available, and hopefully find something we can agree on. We met last month. The Secretary made his feelings known that he doesn't see any way past requiring a state-issued photo ID for voting purposes. That means removal of Medicare cards and Medicaid cards too. The Secretary said during that meeting he doesn't feel that removing Medicare cards from the list of acceptable IDs would lead to the loss of too many people from the voting rolls. I struggle with the idea of removing anyone from rolls who is a legal voter. If verification of voter identities is our true intention, there are multiple ways to do so. We've given you a few today, and we're happy to continue that effort. I thank you for your time, remind you we're all on the same team when it comes to making sure only qualified electors vote in Wyoming elections. Our hope is we don't remove too many voters who have had the right to vote for many years from our voter rolls in our zeal to make Wyoming another color on a map found on X. With that, I'd stand for questions.
Committee, any questions? Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Laycock. You had made a comment about there were 200 to 300 Medicaid/Medicare users that people supplied to the county clerks in the last election. Where's that found? I couldn't find that, and I was part of some of these discussions. Thank you.
Mr. Laycock.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Weber, that's a great question. Largely, it was anecdotal. It was my understanding the clerk sort of did a quick, hey guys, how many of these are we seeing around? And that's about the number they were able to come up with. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Ms. Judick?
Now I've forgotten everything that I had in my head. So bear with me. I'm Patty Junick. I'm from Campbell County, and I work with the group Wyoming Election Integrity. We work with people across the state, and I've been working with that for over 4 years, and I've traveled around the state. I've met many, many people and met with many, many people who are, I would say, the silent majority who has found their voice. And so what I would like to speak about is when it was commented before of 45 election bills brought into the last session. I want to say, I'm not going to single out any one bill that was presented by our Secretary of State. I support every single one of them. Perhaps we have so many because they should have been dealt with over the last few years, and they weren't. And the silent majority finding their voice is speaking up and saying, we need changes. We need things done. It was also mentioned about the Heritage Foundation, and and prosecutable offenses, voter fraud, et cetera. The reason there are so few is because we haven't had the laws that allow us to prosecute various offenses. So, it was about a year ago that I know I spoke in front of this committee, most of you weren't there, that I commented about being proactive rather than reactive. When questions were asked, well, have we ever had that issue in Wyoming? Well, we haven't had the issue because we haven't had the laws that allow us to even look at those issues. So I want to thank you for being proactive in looking at these election integrity bills and moving them forward. And that's my encouragement. Thank you.
Questions? All right, thank you. Ms. Simmons.
Gail Simmons, Civics 307 and Y vote. Thank you, Chair and members. I tend to come up for you quite a bit. I have 4 key topics with just a few comments to go quickly. Those comments are, if eliminating the Medicare and Medicaid IDs is a high priority, then use the 2026 elections to capture every person who used these for these ID and then put a project in place to help each of those people obtain photo IDs. Like, we should have a bias towards assisting valid voters to actually vote. The whole idea of poll watcher Bill of Rights is problematic to me. The only rights that are critical at the polls are those of eligible voters. Without going into details, again, the accuracy of human-based systems versus automated systems has been proved over and over and over again. And it has specifically had valid, scientifically driven comparison of hand counting versus machine tabulation. One thing that didn't get brought up, but I've noticed in the news, is about the 2024 election complaints, as if that was an indication of support of election integrity. There are 43 that were put in for the 2024 elections. Of those 43, 25 were not referred to the Secretary of State, 18 were. None of them had to do with individuals not entitled to vote who actually voted. These were campaign materials, procedures, campaign finance. 6 of them were not election code. Some of them were complaints about the candidates. None of them had anything to do with identifying an individual who should not be voting who tried. So I want to talk about understanding risk in election systems. This is an area in which I had significant experience both in the Navy and in General Electric under the data-based process improvement. It is the risk assessment and management is a framework used in every serious field, from infrastructure to elections, to identify, analyze, prioritize, and address risks. These include identifying potential risks, assessing likelihood that it occurs, detectability of it occurring, and impact if it does occur. Then you treat those risks through mitigation and monitoring, recording, reviewing changes over time. This structured process ensures that decision-making, your responsibility, is not based on isolated fear or anecdotes, but on measurable, manageable concerns. That principle carries through the next topics. And the idea is, instead of saying, well, we're going to be proactive, well, let's be proactive on our risk assessment and management. As to the legal status of the presidential executive order, that was issued on March 25th, 2025, requiring documentary proof of citizenship, requiring sharing of data, prohibiting mail ballots from being accepted after Election Day, and withholding EAC funds. Civil rights groups sued, and in 2 instances, they have blocked those, so they're on hold. And in addition, there are other provisions of that order that are still in litigation. So that's still open. So those injunctions apply. Just to be clear, the Constitution grants election rulemaking to Congress and the states, not the executive branch. So for now, status quo remains, and it will continue to remain until this gets through the judicial branch. Now, non-citizen voting, the claims versus the reality. It's been against the law for non-citizens to vote in federal elections for a long time. I just want to talk to you about what those numbers are. The Georgia audit looked at 8 million voters and found 9 cases. A Brennan Center study that occurred over multiple years looked in 42 immigrant-heavy jurisdictions and found 30 cases out of 23.5 million votes. That's 0.0001%. The Heritage Foundation found 85 incidences over 20 years. Most of those rare incidences in these examples were green card holders who misunderstood their eligibility. It was not deliberate fraud. So it is vanishingly rare, and there's no credible evidence that it's occurring at a scale that impacts election outcomes. Barriers to voting. We don't like the idea of voter suppression, and it really doesn't apply here because voter suppression is usually targeting specific groups. But I do want to talk about voter restrictions, because that's what the majority of these bills did, where it was putting in additional barriers to registering, additional barriers to actually voting. None of them, well, one of them actually was an improvement to how do we increase the number of people out of the 50% who are not registered to vote. How do we get them to register, and how do we get them to vote? Some of those restrictions, in addition to the voter ID, that includes things like shrinking the opportunity for early voting, early and absentee voting. We had reports, and again, I haven't seen any documentation on this, but I had several people who told me they walked away because the lines were so long. We have so many people, such a large percentage of our people who are now doing early and absentee voting, that when it gets backed up like that, and we've now given them 2 hours to vote, but it still occurs. So uneven access and this hyper focus on what could possibly happen, but we haven't really bothered doing true risk assessment, versus the real numbers of people who are not voting who could, is very critical. So in summary, if we're going to assess elections and election risk honestly, we must separate perception from probability. Non-citizen voting is not a threat to election integrity. It just is not. Voter roll maintenance for us is at the highest level. It can always use some adjusting. The real risks lie in systemic barriers that prevent eligible citizens from registering and casting a ballot. So it would be a tremendous improvement to your service, to your constituents and the citizens of Wyoming, if you would even spend 10% of the time of your time and the Secretary of State's time that you're spending on election integrity to actually spend on working to increase registration, voting, and training. So thank you for your time, and I stand for questions.
Any questions from the committee? Questions from the committee? Representative Heft.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Simmons, I have a concern. I'm going to have to push back a little bit when we talk about somewhere between 10 and 20 million illegal immigrants that have entered this country, that we're going to wait and do a survey to figure out whether after they've been here a while that they're not going to try and vote in our elections. Don't we want to get ahead of that?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Simmons.
Representative Heft. I think ignoring human behavior and what rational human beings do, when people go to violate the law, especially one that is a felony, there's 3 things that drive people to break laws: anger, greed, and power. Those individuals, undocumented immigrants, illegal immigrants, however you want to talk to them, they are here operating under the radar. They are living here and working here almost exclusively. There are some exceptions, but it's in those 3 cases. Why on earth would any rational individual for one vote that will not change a single outcome try to vote? It makes no sense. It's irrational. Now, if they are hardened criminals, but even then, the risk reward for somebody who's not entitled to vote is off the charts. So, yeah, if we have a risk and we can identify, again, as on that framework that I talked about on the risk, let's see what is that risk. But to just put in barriers to people who are entitled to vote on the off chance that a few of these millions that are reported to coming here might possibly, for some bizarre reason, vote, that's not okay. We wouldn't accept that for our Second Amendment rights. Why the heck would we accept it for our voting rights? So that's my answer.
Yes, follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Ms. Simmons, I live on this planet. I've observed human behavior. I've worked with people who are literally, and it was illegal to hire them, but I've worked with them. After they've been in this country for a period of time, they assume they're citizens when they're not. And they start doing things assuming that they're citizens. I believe it's very important that we stay ahead of those kind of things. If they're contributing to our society, certainly we need to help them gain a path to citizenship. But I truly believe that we have got to get ahead of this and that we not ignore the situation.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Heft, I
Ms.
have no,
Simmons, yes.
I have no concern with putting risk abatement in after we've done a risk assessment. So yes, they may think they are, but I don't think they're that stupid. Like, why would you do anything that would get you arrested that's going to get you booted out of this country? I don't think they're that dumb, but to my point, let's do the risk assessment first and then identify appropriate areas to do that and not do it in such a way that it impacts the 50% of Wyoming citizens who aren't registering vote. I'm more interested in them. One of the statements that you hear from geologists is the solution to pollution is dilution, right? So if we think that there's 5 people who might be voting illegally because they're non-citizens in Wyoming, then let's get 500 citizens who currently aren't voting to actually vote. And that will make a bigger difference.
Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking a moment here. Just a couple of real quick questions that I kind of have, a couple of things concepts I wanted to throw out. First is, we tend to focus on the fact that we think that putting election integrity bills in place keeps people from voting. I would argue that as frequently, at least in the people that I talk to, it is probably just as concerning. Many people don't vote because they think, hey, our elections, the perception, right or wrong, is we don't vote because we don't trust the elections. So it is arguable which one of those is the biggest problem, to be perfectly honest, at least in my opinion. Second thing is on risk assessment. Being a computer security guy for a huge portion of my life, we do risk assessment and we do for the security and safety of companies. That being said, risk assessment is never put in place to not do things. It's put in place to prioritize things.
Correct.
So conceptually, that's where I would say this goes. You don't continue to improve. Security is never perfect. Therefore, you always improve. The only thing risk assessment is really truly used for is to prioritize. So I at least want to make those concepts clear. I don't know if you agree or disagree, but certainly wanted to at least propose those concepts. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, first of all, on risk assessments, it's never a one-time deal because risks do not occur in a snapshot of time. And so risk assessment in management does not occur in a time. So yes, it is about prioritizing, but that prioritizing is also on having the mitigation be appropriate to the risk. So I agree completely with you on that. The second piece is that I believe that perception is driving to your point that were made, is that when people perceive that there's a problem with our elections, they stay at home. That's part of what I was trying to say. I'm not seeing the money that's being allocated for the training to clear that up, to have people understand what is the risk, that it is not that their vote does count. I haven't seen anything since I moved back full time in 2016, post then Secretary Buchanan, even that was limited. Where is it that the push against about election integrity, where is the same energy on making people feel confidence in their election so that 50% that does register and the 30% of registered Republicans who don't show up in the primary, that they feel like they understand that their vote does count? So that just comes back to the same point that I was making, is that we owe it to our citizens to give them training and education and alleviate their fears, and to be able to show, here's the risk and here's how we're addressing it. So your point is actually kind of the point I'm making.
All right, I think we could go back and forth on this all day, but for a matter of time, let's move on. Ms. Kaufman, do you have any comments on any one of these bills that you would like to conceptually talk about moving forward?
Yes, I have a real quick caveat from my testimony earlier. You had received a handout and I did not explain it. I wanted to let you know that in the first few pages was the executive order that you all have a copy of. The next about 20 some pages were actual copies of the test decks that were done out of 5 counties, and also arrows to show where were the errors and where the concerns. Along with that are also signatures of the certification. And then the last one we've talked about external threat. The last article is about internal threat. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? All right.
Mr. Chairman, Joey
Yes.
Carenti, Rural Wyoming Matters. Just what I'm going to be looking for in these bills, you'll hear me testify more in the future, is that consideration for the communities of 3,000 individuals or less, rural Wyoming, always be brought into the discussion. I heard a lot of things that happened last year and are potentially going to come up this year that say, oh, it's good, but it's only in the county seat, so that any impediments that may be argued are also met with improvements that provide access, equal access with security to our rural communities, whether it be ID, amendments to the Dropbox bill, ballot harvesting, all these things that we've been dealing with. There are ways to approach these without all or nothing on either side, and always remembering those rural communities. And then also that when we're looking at these bills, either as the committee or as voters, that we separate and dice out, is this a registration issue? Is this a voting issue? Or is this a tabulation of results issue? Because there are different layers of this onion. And I think sometimes we get wrapped up in this happens over here that causes us to be concerned over here. So if we could maybe take the more pragmatic approach, I think that might help us develop better policy as a state over the next year or two. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay, committee. Any other comments from the public? Anybody online? All right. So just to reiterate, it's not the intention, I don't think, to rehash bills that have already come forward. I think that the committee's job here is to find a consensus on certain bills that we see as a priority. Work on those bills together to create a committee bill that's a good bill coming out. Most of these don't even necessarily have to have much tweaking with language. It's just a matter of consensus on what we feel is an important bill to go forward. And I would remind everybody on the committee too, that out of the 35 topics or so that we got, and the good ranking that the chairman did with this, election integrity came out again as the #1 topic to study, and we did get the extra days as well. So I think that if we limit this and look at priorities and stuff that we can work on as a committee as a whole and agree upon to move forward, I think that's the best bet. Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Very well stated. I think my curiosity would be why the suggestion of those bills that were proposed. And I just wonder if we might want to consider making sure that we prioritize out of the breakdown that the secretary gave us. He gave us about 4 or 5 different areas. And knowing that we can't bring 25 bills as a committee, it feels like to me, we ought to pay attention to each of those areas of concern that the secretary did a great job of outlining for us today. So, maybe 1 or 2 bills in each of those categories, knowing that the rest of those will have to go to individual bills. That doesn't mean they're not going to pass or they won't be reconsidered or whatever, but that would give us about, if you do 2 out of each of those subcategories, that gives us 10 bills. That's going to be half of all the work we do this interim. So that would be my suggestion, Mr. Co-Chairman.
I think that's a very good suggestion. Any other comments from the committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. I think there was a bill that we haven't talked about yet. It was Senate File 190. It was President Beitman's bill, and it did come out of the Senate committee. It kind of was a compromise and threaded the needle in several things about audits and machines, and I hope we might be able to put that on the table just to look at it.
I think that's a possibility. I think that was a combination of several of these bills as well. So in looking at that, first of all, Mr. Secretary, do you have a priority list of ones that you saw consensus on both sides that you could enlighten us with? Oh, I'm sorry. House Minority Leader Yin, do you have a question?
Mr. Chairman, I have a
comment?
comment, but it can wait until after Secretary Gray.
Okay.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Start with the 40% of our election integrity agenda from 2025 that did not pass. I think House Bill 245, pen and paper ballots, it really is a key thrust of the EO that we've not yet implemented. The other aspects we really have. I think that was on the list. I think that the Senate File 190 version, Senate File 190 basically had 3 House bills that were copied and pasted into Senate file, and it was proof of citizenship, which we've already gotten done, House Bill 245, which was pen and paper ballots, and then House Bill 232, which was the hand recount bill. So you have 2 left that were in that, both of which came through as individual bills that were filed prior to Senate File 190. One of those is House Bill 245, pen and paper ballots, and I think that's very important. I think that banning drop boxes, House Bill 131, that was in the election integrity agenda. House Bill 238, the ballot harvesting prohibition bill, was on the list, and that's really a loophole that I think we just need to close. And then also the voter ID strengthening, House Bill 160 and 206, which can be combined. I do want to push back on the ARP testimony. I did not say that we're okay with anybody dropping off the rolls other than ineligible voters in that meeting. But we do need to have a photo ID on voter ID. It's just common sense, over 90% support amongst Americans, just like pen to paper ballots. I think that on the hand counting, I think continuing to move forward with 217 and 232 while keeping maybe 215 in play as we get this report over the summer from Secretary Noem and Secretary Gabbard. But 232, I think, was very close. It passed the House by a huge margin. I think we were almost there on it. It got caught up in a few other things. And so I think that having these recounts, these hand recounts for races, and then looking at them for precincts, which is the 217, 232 concept, is really important. So we're at 5 now. I think the Poll Watchers Bill of Rights is really important. I push back a little bit on the notion that poll watching is about protecting the election. So it's about everybody's rights for protecting the election. So I think we need to clear up some of these problematic provisions in statute in terms of allowing poll watchers to look at the absentee counting and then also after the polls close. So that's 6. I think I'd put independent in the 8 to 10. I think that we need to sort of get some controls on that. I think I'd put I think I'm at 7 or 8 right now, and I think that's a good start. At 278, the elections voting machine and voting system tests, we really need to get that done. I mean, that was a very well vetted bill. So that's 8. I think maybe putting the absentee ballot voter ID in play is another one if I was going to do 8 to 10. So I think I'm an 8 or 9 or 10 right now. So, yeah. I love all of them, though. Want to make that clear.
Well, that's obvious. Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. As long as those Senate amendments don't end up on one of them, you love them, right? Isn't that? There we go. So, Mr. Secretary, I apologize, but there at the end, you did add, I've been writing diligently, those that you'd like to have kind of come to the top here. You mentioned one right at the end and I missed it. Do you remember which? 278 it was? Oh, election voting machine and voting system test?
Yeah, 278 was the last one. That was the Representative Locke one.
All right. And
it was the Representative Locke's bill?
Well, that settles that.
Oh. He's my rep, so.
Right.
And I would add, the cleanup for durational residency seems like a pretty easy fix for that, and that's already law. So I would add that to just get that clarified for the 18-year-old that's looking to vote, so.
Yeah, I recounted. It was 9 we put forward and I think keeping the others in the game, I want to make clear. I mean, others are there's 2 more meetings at least. But it's up to you as well. So really appreciate it. I realize we can't get to them all and appreciate you allowing me to present all of them. I think allowing us to present what the thrust of these are is helpful, what we're trying to get at.
All right. Representative Webb.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would go ahead and propose that we have LSO draft the engrossed messages or the most current or bill of 245, 131, 238, 217, 232, 307, 173, 278, and then combine or maybe just both 160 and 206 with hope that they can be combined, and then the cleanup bill.
On 156?
Yep.
All right.
Is 190 off the table?
I did not put 190 in because I thought it was included. The components are included in these other.
We can always
bills.
we can always combine some to be 190 again.
We have to be careful about that. Sometimes we get pushback when we try to combine election bills at the last day of the period.
That's why that one didn't go through.
Mr. Chairman, just as
Yes,
a point
Senator
of,
Landon.
as a point of order, do we have a motion on the floor? Do we have to deal with the good representative's motion from earlier, or did you accept that motion?
I think we set that aside. It didn't have a second either to it. So let's do it this way. This is because this is a conceptual motion going forward. It's not on specific language or specific adoption of bills. So I would take the list that Representative Webb has and let's just thumbs up or thumbs down as far as moving those forward. Anybody on the committee have any comments to that? Katie?
Chairman,
Oh, I'm sorry. There is one person online that's. Okay, do we still have a person online that's waiting to speak for public comment? Okay. Representative Yin.
Mr. Chairman, are we, sorry, are we dealing with this motion or are we dealing with, was there someone with public comment?
If they're waiting, let's go ahead and let them in to
Please.
hear them. I think they've been waiting for a while. It's is it Andrew? And if Andrew's still there. Do you have a comment on any of the bills? All right. All right, we're gonna go ahead and move
here
on
he
then.
comes.
Oh, there we go.
This looks dangerous.
Be careful while you're driving. Concentrate. Safety first. I think you're muted.
When the video stops when he's driving, it's always bothersome.
His video stopped, but he didn't.
Yeah,
You're muted, sir. You're muted. We can't hear you.
Can't hear you. I think you're mouthing the words to a Def Leppard song, but I.
No, it's okay. I'm sorry. I apologize. Can you hear me
All
now?
right, there you go. There you go.
I apologize.
Yes,
Thank
let's
you
get
so
your
much.
comments and sorry for keeping you waiting.
Not a problem. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andy Mangione, and I serve as Senior Vice President of AMAC Action, which is the advocacy affiliate of the Association of Mature American Citizens. We represent over 2 million Americans who are age 50 plus nationwide, including more than 9,600 who live in Wyoming. I'm here to discuss Wyoming House Bills 206, 131, and 238 from the 2025 legislative session, each of which, when properly structured, takes a clear steps towards strengthening election integrity in this state. These bills are not partisan, they're practical. They uphold the sacred value of the vote and ensure that elections remain secure, fair, and transparent. Let's begin with House Bill 206, which enforces voter ID requirements. AMAC Action strongly supports the original legislative language, but some proposed changes risk compromising the original intent of the bill. We heard from AARP they had pushed to include Medicare and Medicaid cards as a valid ID, despite the fact that these cards don't verify citizenship or even current residency. During the session, they agreed to drop that idea in exchange for a so-called hardship exemption, which would allow someone without any ID to simply sign a statement claiming they're qualified to vote. That's not a safeguard. That's an invitation to cheat. It's a blatant attempt to hollow out voter ID laws and call it a compromise. AMAC Action firmly rejects this approach. We support strong, verifiable ID requirements and oppose any effort to create loopholes that erode public trust in the process. Next, House Bill 131 prohibits ballot drop boxes. Drop boxes bypass traditional chain of custody safeguards and are often placed without adequate surveillance or oversight. These unmonitored collection points are highly vulnerable to tampering, and eliminating them is a common sense move which AMAC Action supports. If we care about the security of the vote, then we must care about how ballots are collected. House Bill 238 addresses the practice of ballot harvesting. AMAC Action supports the original version of this bill, which called for a full prohibition on third-party ballot collection. The new language creates an exemption for caregivers, which is well-intentioned, but ultimately a slippery slope. Once you allow third parties to legally collect and submit ballots, you open the door to abuse. We have seen the real consequences of such loopholes. The American Constitutional Rights Union has documented real, verifiable cases of voter fraud in nursing homes, including one Texas social worker indicted on 134 felony counts for submitting fraudulent ballots on behalf of elderly residents. This is not just election fraud, it's elder abuse. AMAC Action applauds the efforts of the Wyoming legislators and Secretary of State Chuck Bray in bringing these bills forward. Our senior citizens are among the most diligent and principled voters in our country. Over 2 million members nationwide, including 9,600 members in the state of Wyoming, demand stronger protections. This legislative package, if properly structured, ensures just that. Let's make it easy to vote, but harder to cheat. On behalf of AMAC Action, I thank you for your time and your commitment to safeguarding Wyoming's elections. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? All right. So conceptually, right now, we have the motion from Representative Webb to move those forward. Is there a second on that motion? Representative Lucas, I raised her hand there.
You're not going to give her anything? She had the first idea.
All right. Let's go ahead and poll the board on this one.
We can just do a voice vote.
Is it voice
Yeah,
vote? Okay.
we can just do a voice vote because it's just a bill draft.
Yep.
And, you know,
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed,
Aye.
no. All right, we will move those forward. Did you get a good list of what that was with those, in addition to 156 for cleanup language? All right. Senator Landon.
Mr. Chairman, I thought the co-chairman had a good suggestion for us to consider, maybe take a look in our next meeting at 190, Senate File 190, especially on behalf of the Senate President. So I would make that motion that we include that bill for our consideration next meeting.
second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All opposed? And I think we can combine any number of bills too,
Yeah.
as we go too, but.
Oh, indeed, we can, Mr. Co-Chairman or Mr. Chairman. They're within the topics of elections, and so there should be quite a bit of room to combine. We have had kind of omnibus election bills in the past. It's easier for a committee to get 5 bills into the budget session than to get 15, I assure you.
All right, let us move on. We are way behind schedule.
Can we take a break, though? We've been in.
Yep, we can take a 5-minute break.
Mr. Chairman, I had one other concern / motion, if I may.
Oh, yeah.
Representative Ian.
Sorry to hold everyone off on the break. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the one other concern that I have, and I don't like getting involved too much in state party politics, but there's a state party that openly decided to break the law last weekend with regards to elections in Title 22. And so, I mean, I think the question that I'd like to present the committee is there any appetite to remove political parties from Title 22 and have them just be private organizations? Because if they don't want to go under Title 22 or follow the law in Title 22, maybe we should just excise the parties from Title 22 altogether. Any thoughts? And if so, we can, I mean, I'd be happy to make a motion on it.
Mr.
Are there any
Chairman?
questions or comments to that?
I kind of think I can agree with Representative Yin on that, about removing the political parties from Title 22. I think it's interesting.
We could take it up in the next agenda.
I think so. Is that something you want to put to the next agenda, Representative Yin?
Sure. I mean, given that we've
In our
now
bill
had
draft.
6 days instead of 4, Mr. Chairman, we can discuss that without having a bill draft quite yet.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I think that that's probably a bigger lift than you guys are thinking. So what I might suggest is that we have a discussion about that at our next meeting without requiring staff to do a bill draft. Because political parties are mentioned in our law in probably 1,000 places. So a bill would be gigantic. And to try to thread that, maybe it'd be a better idea to think about the implications and have a presentation about educational piece about that at our next meeting, and then we could decide where to go rather than putting staff through all that work. That would be my suggestion.
Representative Yin, would that be agreeable to you to have that as a discussion topic in our next agenda item?
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
For
I
next
defer,
session.
Chairman, I would agree 100%.
Mr. Chairman.
Okay, we'll put that in our next meeting then. Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would request respectfully that we might ask for comments from the political parties in the state to be involved in that conversation and their perspective on that as well. All of them.
Very good. Very good. All right. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. This is 1 minute warning.
That is good licorice.
That means another piece, right?
That's awfully good. It's good and strong.
You ready? Okay. Seems like it, right? All right, we'll come back in session here. Next up, we've got the electricity topics and issues, starting with Wyoming Energy Authority. And Mr. Krieger, go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Rob Krieger. I serve as the Executive Director of the Wyoming Energy Authority. With me today is John Jenks. He's our Director of Energy Market Development, really handles a lot of our utility and electricity issues for us at the WEA. For those of you that might not be as familiar with us, we were created, and the word created might be wrong because we're really a melding of three entities back in 2020. So the Wyoming Infrastructure Authority, Pipeline Authority, and State Energy Office into one house that is now the Energy Authority. And our mission as the authority is really to advocate, facilitate, and advance Wyoming energy. So we do that through a handful of ways via the statute that you all have written for us. And so we'll walk through that a little bit today and why we're at the table on these issues. On the second slide, so one more after this one, you'll see our team. We're a small office. We have 8 people. We're one of the smaller energy offices in the country, but I look at our entity as more of a hub. So as you know, we have the PSC, we have DEQ, we have the Enhanced Oil Recovery Institute, School of Energy Resources. We collaborate with all of them, so we don't really need to be a massive entity. We try to really collaborate. One thing about us is we do not regulate or permit. We look at the policy and the more incentive-based side for energy development projects in the state. On the next slide, just as some background, I know you all are familiar with this, but Wyoming consistently ranks in the top 5 as an energy producer in the country. We're #1 in coal, top 10 in oil and gas as well. But just thought for the committee's background, just this slide would be good to just see the breakout of energy production that we have in the state of Wyoming. On the next page is a little more geared towards this topic. And something that we really focus on at the Energy Authority is what are the markets asking for and how are they shifting? Obviously, coal, oil, and gas have been our bread and butter for a long time, and we want to continue to make those marketable. But I think it's also important for us to understand some of the forces maybe outside of our borders that impact that industry. So as you'll see on this map that we have, back in 2001, we had over 30 states in this country that their main source of electric generation came from coal. As you all know, we ship coal to half the country still to this day. Used to be higher than that. But then the one below that is back in 2023. So just seeing that change mostly was into natural gas. But as we have these discussions around large loads and third-party generation, I think it's important to have this background that some of these pinch points are when different folks have shifted their resources, whether that's from coal to gas or gas to renewables or whatever it may be, whatever that company chose. That's been a piece of this changing market that we try to stay in front of as best we can at the Energy Authority and make sure Wyoming and its businesses are in the best position. So on the next slide, I know you all hear this all the time. We just had our energy summit. It was top of discussion, but the surging demand in electricity, AI is obviously here and it's not going to go away. And those continue to increase the demands on providers of electricity and what is that going to look like going forward? I think it's Amazon's new data center. The power needed for that is equivalent to the city of San Francisco. So, I mean, these are massive loads that we're talking about. And it's a race. I talked about this a couple days ago, but this is a race. The AI race is a matter of national security. China is standing up generation left and right from coal and gas. We fall behind on that. We fall behind on the AI race, and I know our friends at Homeland Security do know this better than I do, but that is a huge, huge issue for the state and the country. You see here on the page, the staggering, 456% increase. I know there's a whole bunch of numbers out there. There's a consistent one, a 50% increase in demand by the year 2050. So there's a lot that needs to go into planning for that. And that kind of brings us to the topic at hand that I know this committee addresses all the time. One thing I do want to talk about is for some folks that are maybe wondering why we are here as the Energy Authority and a non-regulatory body, I'd point you on this slide to our statutory authority. In one of the first paragraphs, just reading it verbatim, is diversify and expand the Wyoming economy through improvements to the state's electric and energy transmission infrastructure. I think that's a lot about what this committee does as well. And we want to be a help to the committee as we try to convene some of these meetings that I'll get into here later. Another piece in it is engaging stakeholders, really bringing together from the utility and the co-op side to the consumer side, really trying to find a consensus as we craft rules or potential laws around these issues and making sure that as best we can try to get a consensus. We also have the ability as a quasi-state entity to maintain confidential information. So we feel that we can be a venue again for these folks to be comfortable in being able to share us some of the information that they have so we can move these topics forward and not be concerned with maybe proprietary information getting out or those sort of things. On the next slide, you'll see really the three areas. I know I spoke to you all during session as you were contemplating interim topics. And these were the three topics we really kind of pointed out in this space that we thought was worth diving into. I will note that the first one, the PSC has released a rule and they're actually taking public comment on that right now. So that one is moving ahead just fine. The next one is large load growth. And I think that in a way is tied to this third-party generation discussion. When we talk about large loads, there's a lot of new economic development projects, data centers being one of them, looking at the state of Wyoming. And how do we want to manage that? I think there's a kind of a chicken and egg solution or chicken and egg problem where some folks say, hey, we're going to need hundreds of megawatts. And as a utility, that's a massive investment for years to come. So trying to figure out how do you welcome in some of this development and not impact the consumers and those sort of things. So that's what we're trying to do and working with these folks. So our goal for the second topic, as you see here, is just really understand the needs. Also, if the utilities are to ensure that Wyoming's not really missing out on these. And I want to preface that with, they're in a tough situation too, because some of these can be speculative. There's some entities that will maybe say, hey, we need this much by tomorrow. Again, these are massive investments and just making sure that they're credit worthy and those sort of things are very difficult. Third-party generation, as I said, is somewhat tied. There was a proposed rule, and I know the PSC is working on that. In our efforts, we're bringing in folks, like I said, the utilities, the co-ops, and consumers. And our hope is that we can bring consensus views to the PSC as they write these rules to say, maybe it's not all the issues that are at stake, but at least we can say we have agreement amongst X, Y, and Z as they craft these rules. So that'll be, I know the PSC is after us, but that is a deal that they're looking at. And it's been a large discussion again, as we talk about how do we meet the needs and how do we make sure it's not impacting residential rates. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to turn it over to John. He's doing a lot of the work on this. I'd also note that we have Kara Fornstrom, the former chairman of the PSC, on contract to help us on these issues as well. But John's been really leading these meetings, so if I could, I would turn it to him.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Krieger. Yeah, just as a quick introduction, I know a few of you from my previous role at the Business Council, but John Jenks, Director of Energy Market Development at the Energy Authority. I started about 9 months ago. And with my Business Council background and prior jobs prior to that in economic development, I really try to bring an economic development lens to these issues. And I think Director Krieger really kind of really hit the mark on that, on why we're getting involved in this and why we think this is an issue. These are pressing economic development opportunities for the state, both for our legacy industries, the mining, oil and gas operations, but also for new opportunities that are looking at Wyoming and coming here. And I think Director Krieger really summed up our approach really well. We're looking at a collaborative, consensus-based approach to these issues. These are very complex issues, as you all know, as the commission and other stakeholders can talk about too. But it's going to really take a team effort on this and a lot of different viewpoints on these issues. So really in the last 3 weeks, we've been, since the management council met, we've been hitting the ground running, and really proud to say that we have been. As you can see on the handout and on the slide, we've started convening a series of meetings with our electric providers, including the Wyoming Rural Electric Association, as well as Tri-State and Basin, Black Hills, Rocky Mountain Power, and we had a short meeting with Montana Dakota Utilities. We've also had a couple meetings with the Public Service Commission and staff over there and the Consumer Advocates Office. And I really do want to just take a pause here for a second and say those staffs over there do incredible work, not only on these issues, but just everything facing this industry right now. I work with them quite a bit, and I joke with Director Krieger that sometimes I feel like I work with their staff more than our staff, just because of all the overlap on some of these issues. But it takes that teamwork approach to this, and they just really both those agencies have a fantastic staff to work with. I just wanted to give them a shout out. The other agency that I've been working with really closely is the Business Council, and as I mentioned, a lot of these issues were kind of where I started getting my little foray into these. Topics, and Wendy Lopez over there has been a big help as well too. So we've also been convening meetings with customers. We've had a couple meetings with the Wyoming Industrial Energy Consumers, and already have another meeting scheduled with them in a few weeks, and then also PAW. And I do want to say these are meetings to date. This is not exclusionary. This is just who we have met with so far. We welcome more meetings. Please reach out. I can speak for Director Krieger here, I think too, that we welcome a lot of different viewpoints on this and input from a variety of stakeholders. A couple other of those stakeholders are site selectors and data center companies that are kind of poking around, as well as AARP. I think they left, but I know AARP has already reached out as these things might affect rates for residential and ratepayers. And I know this kind of sounds a little bit cheesy, but I think this is a really good example of taking a holistic Team Wyoming approach to hard problems. And I really am excited to take the next 4, 5, 6 months with all of these stakeholders to solve some very big issues for our state and to set us up for success in the very near future. So on the next slide, the last slide, I think actually, is our proposed schedule. This is kind of just what we've been thinking. So obviously we're in May, and we're here. In the second interim committee, this is just what we are proposing, is to give an update and to maybe provide some straw man recommendations of what we're thinking and where the stakeholders are at in this process, as well as in the meantime, convene these meetings, both individually and maybe around a round table if we can get to that point in that time. And then lastly, come November at the third interim meeting, hopefully we've got some good next steps to take into whatever we're looking at next. So Mr. Chair and Director Krieger, I think that's all I had, but happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just add, obviously, we want to do this in collaboration with this committee as well. So as John mentioned, we're sort of waiting to see what Management Council decided to do. And then once that firing gun went, we started doing these meetings. So really would be interested in feedback from you all that you would like to see, as if you're okay with this proposed schedule as we go back to work when we get to Cheyenne, and hopefully bring some more recommendations to you in your next couple meetings. So just wanted to leave it at that and happy to answer any questions.
All right, questions from the committee? Yes. Vice Chair Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just to, I guess I need a mic, would help a little bit here. Thank you, and I wanted to ask just a couple of questions, and this is a question maybe more appropriate for the Public Service Commission, but based on your involvement, I want to ask it of you as well, and this is just related to some of these issues, and you talked about it with large loads. You talked about this whole capital cost issue that gets wired in, and I have an issue with that, and I just want someone to explain to me better why that's the case. And so I throw that one out to you guys from this perspective. Capital expenditure is one thing. If you look at it from a corporate perspective, you think a company makes a corporate investment because they know they're going to make their money back. Okay, and that shouldn't end up on rate cases when we're talking about new capital projects. Hey, if you're doing a capital project to replace a power line, that's one thing, right? That goes to your users. It's entirely a different one. We're talking about capital projects for new transmission or new generation at the end of the day. And the real question, and the thing I have defending my ratepayers, my 10,000 people in my district, is why does that all of a sudden show up in a rate case? So that's a question I'm asking you guys to think deeply about it. I'd ask that you come back and explain to me, why is that happening the way it is? Education for me, to be honest with you. And then I look at the same thing in the context of some recent cases related to things like insurance costs. Okay, if 10 other states are burning down, and I understand insurance goes up, but our state isn't burning down, our state isn't creating the lawsuits. Why are those things falling on our heads? Now, I don't know if those are things that involve you as much. Maybe they do. They certainly do, the Public Service Commission, but that's the questions I have that I think this body should understand that, because I think we need to be thinking very hard about that just and reasonable clause and many of those other clauses in our statutes, and make sure that we are supporting those. So I just throw those out. Maybe you have an answer, maybe you don't, but I would at least ask that you consider that when you come back. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, yeah, that's on the insurance piece. Yes, we can bring back some information to the committee in the next meeting on the issue with these larger loads and if they impact, the consumers, and, how is that getting dealt with? I won't speak for the utilities, but I do think, if you look in Cheyenne in particular, I think Black Hills has done a very good job with their innovative rate making, that, if these data centers are wanting to move in and request these massive loads, they figure out a way to have a certain rate for that consumer alone that does not impact the rest of the consumers. So I think in this endeavor, we're going to try to figure out, does that work for everyone, for the co-ops, for Rocky Mountain, for other folks? And if not, what is a potential solution? Because I agree that it's a really fine line between helping bring in some new industry, but to your point, not impacting residential rates. So we'll work on that as we go through the interim, but that's noted.
Other questions, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm definitely pleased with this approach. As you all know that have been around the legislature for a while, this committee has wrestled with electricity issues for probably the past 5 years. And it just seemed to me that it might be useful for us to focus on some other things as our primary, and maybe put some other folks to work on the electricity area. I'm cautious about that, though, because the electric utility system is designed as what we call a natural monopoly. The idea was that having one provider was the least cost way to do it, and the more people you can interconnect with a common plant, the cheaper the costs are for everyone. And that works very well, and we've seen costs decline with bigger generators and bigger transmission lines, and been able to share those costs. And that's been true in the industry until fairly recently. And now we have new sources of generation, which are cheaper on the margin. The marginal cost of wind when it's blowing is pretty zero. But on the other hand, it's very, very expensive to integrate that into your electric system. And you still it doesn't absolve you of the need to have other utility plants standing idle and ready to work. And that becomes very expensive. So when people say renewables are the cheapest way to go, challenge them on that. But, my hope is that this has to work for everybody. It can't hurt residential consumers and small commercial consumers that don't have alternatives. In Wyoming, our industrial load is the biggest of any state in the country. I don't know about Alaska, but I think it's true. And it's north of 70%. When I was on the commission staff in Illinois, our industrial load was under 20%. And so we could explore things like economic development rates where companies got a discount up front if they, for new business and things like that. It made some sense. Here, we don't really have that luxury because so much is an industrial load. And yet we have the alternatives that are looking down the road. Things like, what if an industrial load goes off the system for part of the time or all the time? And what are the implications to the other customers with a small nuclear reactor and what are the implications for the grid and reliability? And it goes on and on and on. So we have to tread carefully here, and the interests are very different. I don't really think in the end we'll get a collaborative deal, but we will learn from them, and we'll let them do the heavy lifting and go forward for a while. I think that's perfectly appropriate. But remember, changing the law is in our court, and we will be the ones to decide some of these things. So I leave it at that, and I welcome the input of the Energy Authority. I appreciated this suggestion from the executive branch. I think it's a good one, and it'll free us up to do other things. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Other comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Steinmetz, I'm sorry, should be
That's
watching up
right.
there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question about funding. So how many projects, I know that we have seen a lot of the governor's energy matching funds move through your agency. How many of the projects have not materialized? More of the carbon capture / renewable kind of projects, how much has the taxpaying public has it cost them for some of those ventures? And how are we going to make sure that not only through rates are they penalized, but also through tax dollars and their usage and expenditure?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, thank you for that question. To your first one, how many have not materialized? This is a newer program, so far none have not materialized. That they're just have started for the most part. To your question about renewable projects, to date we are in our 7th round of the energy matching funds. Just as a reminder to the committee, we do this in tri-annual basis. So essentially, if you're a company that wants to apply for some help on a matching basis, you would do that, and we look at the batches every 4 months. So our next one will be July 1. But the current round, like I said, we're in round 7. We've done over 20 projects. I think we're at 24 so far, only one of which has been renewable. And that is a small modular wind. It's not a wind turbine as you would see, it's a track, and they're much smaller in module. As you all know, there's some concerns in the state around view shed. And so when this project came in front of us, we looked at that. They had plenty of capital with them. So we said, let's see, their pilot is in Pine Bluffs, and it's a company out of Laramie. So that's the one renewable. We have done a few carbon capture projects, various stages. The most advanced one I'd say is Frontier Carbon Solutions. They have already started drilling those wells in Sweetwater County. I do want to point out too, because I know the Energy Matching Funds has obviously had a lot of debate and a lot of discussion. I would note too that we're on the agenda for the Minerals Committee later this month to really have a real deep dive into that program. In the footnote language, we obviously administer the laws. In that language, it says included but not limited to. So that does throw the door open for energy projects. But in the specific ones that calls out, carbon capture sequestration is specifically called out, as is wind and solar. Again, I preface that by saying it says included but not limited to. So like, for example, we've done quite a few oil and gas projects. That is not specifically called out in the footnote. So I think as we work with minerals, we'll see where that committee takes it, but I think there'll be some suggestions of maybe tightening some of that language and doing a little bit of a post-mortem on the program to see if that's something we want to do further. But so I hope that answers the question. Again, a lot of these are very early stage so far, so we have not seen any not materialize yet.
Follow up? No? Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? I do have a, oh, I'm sorry, Senator Dockstetter.
I can defer to you, Mr. Chair.
No,
first.
go ahead.
What do you expect after these meetings? What's the end product? Whom do you bring it back to? Which committee? What do we get when we're all done? Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Krieger.
And Mr. Chairman, Senator Dockster, that's a great question. As Chairman Case noted, you all write the laws. I want us to be a resource to you all as well as the PSC, and just, we might not find consensus. I'll be very honest in that, but our goal is to try to find that consensus, and it might not be in every aspect of these issues. But if we can find 1 or 2 points in them, I'd consider that a win. And just bring those back to you all as you start contemplating potential legislation or as the PSC is contemplating rules. Just again, take some of that workload off of your shoulders and theirs, and try to have these meetings and to our best ability, try to find some consensus.
I just had one question, and maybe it's more appropriate in minerals. I'll see you next week, but in a couple of weeks. But I've tried to wrap my head around the Energy Authority because it was meant to be an authority for a purpose. And part of that, I think you mentioned, is transparency. I've been concerned with what I consider more speculative investments with our grant funding versus, say, our return on investment in reinjection in pipelines. Something that we have a firm understanding of what rate of return that gives to the state, and where our tax money would be going. And honestly, I'm going to be very honest, the $100 million in matching funds is, I believe, one of the reasons we didn't have a supplemental budget. So in an effort for transparency and in an effort to be included in policymaking for the state as a legislature, what comments would you have on that transparency for the public, and what I view as maybe becoming an arm of or an agency of the administrative role while still maintaining a quasi authority status? Just your comments on that.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, thank you for that. I should have prefaced when I started on who we are. I think the easy way to kind of think of us is the Department of Energy for the state. But I do answer to a board of directors from private industry. So they're made up mainly of coal. 3 of them are coal. There's 7 voting members, oil and gas, and then there's 1 renewable member. The EMF, or the energy matching funds, as you alluded to, are not housed with us, but the delegation of that program was given to us. And again, as I point to, and I know this sounds strange for a quasi-entity to maybe ask for more strings on a program, but when you look at that language, it is so broad, it is very difficult to implement. But to your question on ROI, yes, that is absolutely something we've started to really gear towards as we do these grants. For example, enhanced oil recovery. I know CO2 pipelines have been discussed in multiple committees. There's a project that's been in front of us that we were looking at to build a spur, to help build a spur, and the amount of oil that could unlock. So what is the ROI over the 25-year span of that project and those sort of things? So yes, we do evaluate those. On the EMF, when it was created, I think it's important, especially for a lot of new members, that the original intent was the word matching. There was federal bills that had passed and some new investment in the energy space that maybe required an 80-20 cost share of the company. Was there a way in that 20%, if the state could help, make sure those projects took place in the state of Wyoming if it made sense? So that was kind of the original intent. Obviously, we've seen things change a lot over the last 4 years in particular. So I do, and that's where I do hope, again, minerals, and of course, if this committee wants to talk about it too, but do a little bit of a postmortem on the fund itself and why it was created and what we've done. To the point on transparency, because I could not agree more, it's a large sum of money, right? We have the large energy matching fund, as you allude to, is 100 million, but the original matching fund in total has been 155 million. So together, $255 million in appropriations. back to the law, there was no rulemaking requirement. There was no public comment requirement, anything like that. We did choose to do that, to do a public comment period. So when we, as a recommendation committee, because again, we just recommend this to the governor on these projects, when we announce our recommendations, we open up a public comment period for folks to opine on, their thoughts on the projects. And I would say that that's been, it ebbs and flows on rounds, but we've gotten a lot of responses on different ones from folks that are, I know carbon capture again is controversial, some folks that are in favor, some folks that aren't. And as we get those public comments, I compile them all together and bring those to the governor for him to make his final decision on whatever we have recommended and if he wants to do that or not. So hope that helps.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much. We
Thank you.
appreciate it. Are there any comments from the public concerning this issue for electricity topics and issues?
I think we have agencies and industry.
That's true. Yes. Sorry. Next up, let's do agencies next. Okay, go ahead and come forward.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair.
Hello, go ahead and identify yourself for the committee and the public.
Yeah, I'm Mike Robinson, and I'm the chairman of the Wyoming Public Service Commission. With me today is Deputy Chairman Chris Petrie in the audience. And next to me is our Chief Counsel, John Burbridge. Our other commissioner, Mary Throne, is back in Cheyenne handling a public comment hearing today for a rural. Since there are new members of the committee, I just wanted to take a moment to describe in general terms what our commission does. And then after that, I'll plan on going a really high level on a couple of issues and update on current pending rulemaking, and then take questions, which I'm sure you have a lot of. First of all, I just want to note that we are one of the oldest agencies in the state. We've been around since 1915. The primary function of the commission is to regulate public utilities. These utilities, such as electric, natural gas, and water companies, and intrastate pipelines, operate as natural monopolies. A natural monopoly occurs when one company can provide a service to an entire market at a lower cost than multiple companies can do so because of economies of scale. These utilities have high fixed costs that create a barrier to entry for new utilities and low marginal costs, which means that it's cheaper for an existing utility to add one more new customer than it would be for, if you had a competitive market, it wouldn't be a competitive market, but if you had multiple utilities. Because utilities are monopolies, they don't face the same competitive pressures that other businesses do. So the commission essentially acts as a substitution for competition. And we try to simulate the beneficial effects that competition would otherwise bring. We do this by setting rates that ensure customers receive safe, adequate, and reliable service at just and reasonable rates, while allowing utilities to recover their prudent operating and maintenance costs while having a fair opportunity to earn a reasonable return on their capital investment. There is no guarantee, I want to stress that, on their return on their capital. We just give them the opportunity to do so, and then it's up to the utility to watch its expenses and everything else and earn its return. This is crucial for attracting the capital necessary to maintain and upgrade infrastructure and ultimately ensuring the long-term viability of these essential services. We monitor service quality, investigate complaints, and conduct safety inspections. We work to balance the needs of both the utilities and the consumers while protecting the public interest. So as you're aware, over the last couple of years, we have had several rate cases from multiple utilities. Several of them have been of particular interest to the public and members of this legislature. We recently had a rate case where there is a lot of public interest and comments, including from members of this body. We have not yet issued an order in that case, so I can't talk about the particulars at this time. The one thing I want to note, though, is that that hearing was resolved on a proposed settlement from the parties to the case that we approved. And I just wanted to note that the intervening parties to that settlement agreement are very sophisticated parties and are highly incentivized to ensure that the rates charged are appropriate. And then one aspect of that rate case I want to highlight in a general sense is the allocation of costs among utilities. In 2024, the legislature passed Senate File 20, which codified the longstanding principle that Wyoming ratepayers should only pay for that part of the costs associated with facilities that provide a benefit to Wyoming. Energy assets for utility must be used and useful to the current ratepayers. So we have always applied this principle. And so the allocation of costs is something we do for every IOU, which is an investor-owned utility that operates in Wyoming. All of them have operations that span multiple states. For one large utility, this principle is embodied in a multi-state protocol, which provided a methodology for allocating the costs among that utility's 6-state service territory. The reason for that is that company operated its system as integrated whole, and which over the years has provided significant benefits to Wyoming customers due to the economies of scale that system provides. That multi-state protocol, however, has become subject to various pressures over the last few years, driven at least in part by diverging energy policies of the various states that make up that service territory. That protocol will expire on December 31st of this year. It will not be continued, and what will replace it remains to be seen. That utility has committed to filing a proposed allocation methodology this year, and as part of our deliberations in that recent rate case, we imposed a deadline September 1st to make that filing. Whatever the new allocation process will look like, I did want to note that if the allocation is done on a state-by-state basis, then costs will probably go up as each state has to review and set its own allocations. So this brings me to another major issue facing utilities and the Commission, upward pressure on rates. In recent years, we have seen multiple rate case filings asking for significant increases. There are several factors that interact with each other, none of which are unique to Wyoming. Insurance, has been mentioned, and inflation are two of them. Now, wildfire has gotten the headlines for insurance-related costs, but there's all types of insurance costs that are increasing, as I, as a homeowner, can attest. Insurance tends to be, particularly insurance that utilities get, tends to be from national companies. These are so when these insurance companies suffer losses in one part of the country, it impacts the rates they charge in other parts of the country. Some other factors are the energy transition and what I call the electrification of everything. These have increased capital investment. These have increased capital investments and then so another thing I want to talk about is related to that, which I think is one of the most important factors and often neglected, and that is the role of federal policy. This plays into all of these factors. In general, I would say the Commission is well equipped to deal with policies adopted by other states. The problem is those policies are often given effect through a framework of federal laws and regulations. And that presents difficult challenges for the Commission. We are economic regulators, and when approving capital projects, we look at the least cost, least risk resources. The federal government's tax policies have created a context that has influenced economic incentives. There are solar producers in Southern California that can run negative prices, that is, having to pay someone to actually take their power during certain times of the day, but they can still make a profit because of the tax credits. The regulatory framework, particularly as implemented by the EPA through air quality and coal combustion residual regulations, has created uncertainty and increased coal costs for coal generation. Well, we have some tools and we can mitigate some of the factors driving rate increases. Our options for dealing with federal government particular regulations and tax things is really generally limited. The other major issue you've heard about is large loads. I want to distinguish between load growth driven by economic and demographic factors, and that driven by very large loads such as data centers and AI. The latter is a relatively new phenomenon. The other, the economic and demographic growth, that is something we've dealt with all the time. The area around Laramie, Wyoming, which has been an issue for us. And that is an area that is constrained by transmission. And the problem, so that's an exact, while the city itself has experienced growth. And so that's pressing up against those transmission capacity limits. We are currently making inquiries into the situation and trying to decide how best to approach resolving the issues created by that situation. The problem of serving large loads like data centers and AI is a national one. Like other states, we're looking at ways to serve those loads without negatively impacting customers. Questions like costs and who will pay for the infrastructure necessary for these loads are currently unresolved. We recognize the importance of this issue for Wyoming's economic development and look forward to working with this issue with our regulated utilities, the Energy Authority, and the legislature. And finally, a brief update on our rulemaking. Comment hearing today in Cheyenne was on Chapter 3 of our rules, which included a change to certificated territories, which requires utilities, when one utility or a non-utility is making an incursion into another utility's territory, they have to give us notice. We have had issues where some of these situations have remained unresolved for too long. And so this rule, is intended to prevent these situations from occurring in the future. And if they do occur, it provides a mechanism for resolving them. The other rule is the non-utility generators, or essentially third-party generators. We had a proposed rule. We decided, based upon public comments, to take a step back and relook at those. And we are very close, hopefully, by the end of this month, to have those reissued and to begin that rulemaking process. We currently have IRP rules for integrated resource planning for utilities and procurement rules we are working on. This legislature passed a bill regarding wildfire mitigation plans. Utilities can begin filing those plans on July 1st. Obviously, we don't have enough time to get rules in place for them. Fortunately, we don't think that's necessary at this time because you guys did an excellent job of setting out very detailed requirements. And I think at this point, the statute is itself sufficient to guide us. And the final rule concerns 9/11. This is the outage notification issue. We had a technical workshop about a month ago. It went very well. Industry is currently going through to figure out what reporting thresholds work for them, and they are supposed to report back to us. And that is the current state of our rules, and I'm open for any questions.
All right, thank you. Questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Vice Chairman. Tell me about your encroachment.
We don't have a vice chairman.
I go by any name.
Oh, I'm confused. I'm a newbie.
Go ahead.
So tell me about this encroachment. If you have two utilities encroaching on each other, isn't that a free market? And what do you do for that? I mean, wouldn't it be better to just let them duke it out for the consumers?
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman, Representative, the problem with that is that sometimes the utilities can't work it out, and it gets, theoretically, it could lead to legal litigation. We had a situation where there was an oil and gas development that began in one territory, so they were served by one utility. Over time, as they developed their wells and stuff, they moved into another utility's territory. That was a situation that unfortunately lingered for a very long time, and it resulted in a very difficult and contentious situation, which ultimately we're able to resolve, but it is not something we really want to see repeated. Having we do have mechanisms in place for utilities to swap customers, allow a customer in one territory to be served by a utility from another territory. And usually that happens when somebody needs service close to the border. There'll be one utility that will have lines a quarter of a mile away, and the other one will have a mile away, the territory they're in. Well, that would cost that customer a lot of money to make a line extension to their property. And so the utilities will work out agreement where the one that's closer, even though it's not in their territory, will serve that customer. And that works best for customers. Our goal is to make sure that the customers receive the best service at the lowest possible prices while still respecting the utilities' service territories.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman.
And can I add to that a little bit? If you go back to the idea that these are natural monopolies, it's maybe not a good idea to duplicate costs to have like two competing electricity companies, like say in the town of Lander, because they'd all have to have, each company would have to have their own facilities. And so they'd have to have their own poles or figure out how to share a pole. So it gets duplicative of the capital, which that would be what a free market would be like. And at one time, there were places in the United States were kind of like that for electricity. But because it's such an expensive capital investment, we've adopted this regulated model where we have one supplier and we regulate their costs, thinking that if you had two suppliers in an area, the cost would be higher than they would be with one because of the decreasing cost nature of the industry. As you produce more electricity and deliver more electricity, have more customers, costs go down. Doesn't always work. Doesn't always work around the fringe edges and things, but that's the general principle here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could add something there.
Yes.
I would also point out that one of the reasons you have a monopoly, regulated monopoly system that we have is if you had a wide open, if we didn't regulate them, there would be customers that won't be served. They're simply not cost effective. That's the whole impetus behind the rural co-op's existence.
Yes, follow up, Representative.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to bring the point that Galveston, Texas has, I don't know, they might have 20 different suppliers of electricity, and there's different rates for different utilities, and you are allowed somehow to purchase your electricity from whoever's lowest if that's what you want. you take it for granted. You're gonna pick and choose. You might not have service all the time if you go to the lowest rate. But if you go to the higher rate, maybe you're just getting wind energy or solar energy you're paying for. But that's a choice that the consumer makes. And I don't know, maybe we should look into something like that. I think that's leave it up to the consumer. I don't think that I think the free market's the best way to do these things, maybe.
So, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
In the situation of Galveston, you can subscribe to your electricity supplier and you can do that in other companies. But there aren't 20 sets of poles and lines going through town. It's sort of like the choice gas program where you can choose different people to put the gas in the pipe and you take it out. But we don't have all those choice gas suppliers. I think there was maybe 10. You don't have 10 sets of natural gas pipes and compressor stations and stuff. The utility still exists in the background and they provide the distribution. They're just, the energy is what we subscribe to. And a lot of electricity competitive arrangements are like that. They have benefits. They're kind of confusing, and I'll throw it back to the chairman, but I think that's more likely the situation when electricity is a competitive commodity.
Comment?
Mr. Chairman, I believe there was a study done, and I don't want to say anything about the conclusions because I might not remember it correctly, but I believe there was a study done on the essentially retail deregulation done in Texas and how much it has impacted retail customers. That is something that I'd be happy to see if I can find and send a copy to the committee.
Yes, Representative Locke. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and kind of asking a similar question that I asked earlier, which is, the first is this whole concept of, now, let me start with the fact that I'm new in this space and I'm learning, but at the end of the day, one of the topics that always comes up in these rate cases and it's come up in recent rate cases is capital expenditure, okay? So if your capital expenditures on repairing transmission lines, and I'll use that as an example for now, transmission line, or you could even say capital expenditures to expand to make sure you can cover the area. Those are two different things. Then we're going to add transmission to some new generation facilities kind of thing. And the concept being, at least in my mind, now this is just a logical discussion that I'm trying to get and trying to understand. So I ask for this explanation, whether it's today or sometime in the future. I'm trying to understand it. But the point is, at some point, if it's a capital expenditure by the corporation to go make money, then they should do that, go make money, and that shouldn't fall on our ratepayers. In a case where you're repairing transmission lines, that's different. We get that. But when they're making an investment to expand to these other cases, why are ratepayers seeing that? And maybe more importantly, why are they seeing those in permanent rate cases rather than a rider temporarily, or rather than a permanent rate case? That's at least the perception out there when it comes to capital expenditure. So I want to throw that out there as a hot topic that I continue to fight. I throw out the insurance issue because you guys did a fantastic job of making it clear, pushing the people who are requesting it clear. Wyoming didn't have the fires. Wyoming didn't create the lawsuit. So why is it on us? Those are the kinds of things. Is that fair and reasonable? And I probably used the wrong words on that. I'm sorry, but those are the kinds of issues that are coming up that we continue to fight, that we continue to push back on, that I'm asking the Public Service Commission, what is it the people in the state of Wyoming need to do to make sure we give you the tools to make sure you keep it fair and reasonable for the people in Wyoming? Because those things do not feel fair and reasonable when you say, hey, company's going to do a capital investment to expand their ability to produce, to provide to more users. Why did that affect the ratepayers that were already had that service? You know what I'm saying? That's the problem I see here, and that's the issue that we're pushing back on the Public Service Commission. We want to understand, why is that the case, and how do we start making sure that's not the case when it's not appropriate to be the case? So I tossed those two out. I tossed the insurance and the capital out. And then the third issue that I just asked is if you can give us kind of an update on what is Wyoming doing moving forward. The multi-state agreement, we're on the cusp. is there a group in Wyoming working that? And you can look across the table and say, hey, man, that's on you. I get that. I guess I'm curious the status of where are the discussions, who's having the discussions, and how involved in those discussions are, because I know Utah, Idaho, and others are looking to have that conversation with a smaller group, let's say. Thank you.
Mr. Robinson.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, how to address that? So first, the multi-state protocol, that is an agreement that relates specifically, as you know, to Rocky Mountain Power. But what it does is sets forth an allocation methodology. Now, while Wyoming is a part of that, the agreement does allow the commission, if in the public interest, to change the allocations. Now, that agreement expires on December 31st of this year. In its current form, it is not going to be renewed. And as I think I said, the Rocky Mountain Power has agreed to has said they would file one this year. We gave them a deadline of September 1st of this year to make a filing with us as to what their proposed allocation methodology would be going forward. We don't know what that's going to be yet. When they make a filing, it'll be the same as any other contested case application that comes before us. It'll be noticed. I have no doubt there will be interveners in that case, and it'll almost certainly have some sort of public hearing associated with it. As for capital, in general, anytime a utility undertakes a capital project, if it meets certain criteria, first they have to come to us for a certificate of public convenience and necessity. Now, a CPCN hearing simply is permission from the commission for them to proceed with that project. It doesn't guarantee any particular rate recovery for that capital project. So when they do come to us for to recover that capital project, it's done in the context of a rate case because the capital goes into the rate base. When we get that, the interveners, our staff, and us all take a look at that, whatever that capital project is. And there are certain criteria we use to look at it. First of all, any of the expenses associated with that project have to be prudently incurred. In other words, the company has to come in and show these expenses are appropriate. Then they have to show that the project is used and useful. In other words, it's not built speculatively. It's not a speculative project. It will actually provide a service to benefit Wyoming's customers. And if they can't make that showing, they don't get to recover that through their rates. In a general sense, that's how capital projects are treated. Insurance is a more difficult subject, and I'm not an insurance expert. Utilities throughout the country have seen significant increases in insurance, and it's not just wildfire insurance. It's all kinds of insurance. It's their general liability insurance. All these things are increasing, whether it's inflation or whatever the other drivers are in the current insurance markets. It is a problem. And, I think the legislature did a good first step in the last session with the wildfire mitigation plans. And the way they go about limiting a utility's potential liability in any lawsuits if they follow certain steps. I am hopeful that will temper insurance rates in Wyoming. We'll have to see how it goes. That'll start on July 1st when the law goes into effect. There may probably be some lag because companies will have to file their plans with us. We have to go through that process and approve them. But hopefully we see that have an impact on insurance rates in Wyoming.
Senator Steinmetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just have a question. In 2020, we passed House Bill 200. And so several of us have been trying to repeal that because it offloaded the cost for CO2 capture from our power plants onto our ratepayers. And now with the EPA ordered by the president to review the endangerment findings, which are the 6 gases that they have declared pollutants, including CO2 and methane, and that likely being repealed as a pollutant. What effect would the repeal of House Bill 200 have on rates in Wyoming? And what other things can we do as a state to unburden our ratepayers from this bureaucratic regime that we've been facing over the last several decades?
Mr. Robinson.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Steinmetz, that touches upon the issue of federal regulation. And, I agree that federal regulation is one of the drivers of cost increases in rates. As far as HB 200, it has had, I believe, and I'm going to take off my chairman's hat and say this is my own personal belief. It has had a couple of benefits. The first part is unrelated to the caption. Well, I wouldn't say unrelated, but there was a part of that bill that required us to have the utilities set metrics for reliability and power quality. And we've done that, and they will be filing annual reports. We will be monitoring those, and I think those are very important. As for the carbon capture itself, this isn't my idea, but it was said to me. The carbon capture is essentially a hedge against federal action. You can certainly view it that negatively. I guess, and it's my view, administrations come and go. What's policy today may not be policy 4 years from now. And so I kind of view the carbon capture as a hedge to protect our coal plants in the future. We can debate whether that's worth the cost or not. As I say, we don't make the policy, but that's my view of the situation right now. I think I'll leave it at that.
Follow-up? I think I have a follow-up to that. Is it so, that effort was made both on the Senate side and the House side to repeal parts of HB 200. Some, I think the other one was all of it, but to try to keep the best parts of it intact. But is it that affected 2%? Basically, it allows a 2% cap on whether you had a plan or a project to apply that to a rate increase. And I don't know if that's been done yet or not, but is it, I didn't know if it was appropriate for the PSC to testify in favor of keeping that bill in place rather than a repeal when it does affect 2% rate increase. Do you have a comment on that?
Mr. Chairman, yes, we don't generally take a position on bills, and we did on HB 200. We'll point out what we think are possible benefits or drawbacks, but ultimately that's not our decision. As far as HB 200, yes, there's a 2% cap on any charges that can be assessed to ratepayers. Nobody's gone up to the 2%. There have been, we can get you the information on what exactly they did, but it's much less than 2%. And it's varied. They've come in and changed their applications. And it's gone down over the last year or two. So the charge it may even be around 1% or even a little less, maybe slightly above. But nobody's gone up to 2% yet.
And did they attribute that to a pilot project or just costs for plans or what was that attributed to?
Mr. Chairman, that was attributed to their applications with us, studies, RFPs to see if there are any parties interested in pursuing carbon capture. No, we have not funded any pilot programs. I believe that has been on the WEA side. There may be partial of a feed study that we are funding or have been asked to fund, but not a pilot project.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Can I ask a different direction?
Mr. Chairman, yes.
Thank you very much. There's an issue that's more of local interest around here. We've had an interruption to 911 service on the reservation. One company installing cable cut the cables of another company. Then the other company was a landline company, and it was providing 911 service. That service has not been restored. And there are people literally that do not have phone service on the reservation, cannot call 911 from their house. And these are constituents of mine. And they've been without service. This is no kidding, since approximately November. And I brought it to the attention of the Public Service Commission and people from 911, the utilities themselves, tribal governments, but I'm asking him if there's any news about this situation, Mr. Chairman.
I may.
Mr. Robinson.
Yeah, I'm going to pass that on to our
That's
chief
fine.
counsel who's
Yeah,
been
I've been
handling it.
working with Mr. Burbridge on it.
I'm not sure about protocol here, but Chairman.
Turn your light on.
I don't know, in this situation,
Mr.
Chairman Knapp.
I'm co-chairman now.
Co-chairman.
I'm just backing him up.
I know you don't like co-chair, so co-chairman case.
Yeah.
I do not have a further update from the last one I had, but I will tell the joint committee where I understand this to be. We have looked into the 911 outage in that situation. Of course, the 911 center in that area is based out of Riverton. So the 911 outages, to the best of my knowledge, were caused by the line cuts from the company that was boring in broadband service on the reservation. And so the 911 issue is localized to those people that have been without phone service since November, and we became aware of this through Senator Case in January. We have been working with Lumen to try to resolve the issues, which under the circumstances are a little more difficult than they might otherwise be. And the last update was that Lumen was looking into, and I think had represented that they were going to try to offer alternate service through satellite or Starlink type connections. The other thing my understanding was that the broadband company was also had agreed to provide that service as quickly as they could, and I don't know what the financial arrangements are in that regard. And I don't know if anybody from Lumen is here today to discuss that later if it comes up in the 911 discussion. But our office has been following the progress on that and trying to work with the interested parties to get resolution so that people that do have no communication from their home will be provided with that. Now that we have some complication in our authority to effectuate that because Lumen, which was CenturyLink, has been declared competitive. So we really are without teeth to do much to force the hand. But I would commend the people that I've been working with at Lumen that they have been cooperating to the best of their ability, I think, to try to get something done. And I know it's taken a terribly long time. So it's it's been a difficult situation, and, you know, we certainly would like to see it resolved as well. Sounds like we're not quite there yet. And of course, Senator Case, I know that your church has been affected, and it probably, if I had to guess, you probably still don't have a phone, so.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. So this is the crazy part. About 10 days ago, these people that have had their service severed, and they haven't been paying their bill because they have no telephone service. The only communication they got from their previous provider was a disconnect notice. And that is hilarious. So I shared those disconnect notices with the Public Service Commission. And, you know, satellite service is a possibility, but Lumen has not reached out to these people to offer satellite service. The landline, the broadband company, which is tribally owned, has offered to connect people to the network and waive the installation fee. But the problem is they only go by a few houses. The people that are disconnected it was a cable that might have been 8 miles long. They're out at the end of the 8 miles. The broadband network is nearby, and they have no hope of being connected by the broadband network. And whether or not the one utility got locates, 988 locates, it's just an astounding situation where an infrastructure had been in place for a lot of years is no longer working. And these people they can be tribal people or non-tribal people on deeded land, and they've had service, and their only communication with the company that lost service is they got a disconnect notice about 10 days ago. Now, come on, everybody. This is just intolerable. This is not Wyoming. So I'm bringing this up at the tribal meeting, and I wanted to make sure the powers that be are listening here because it's intolerable. Thank you, Commission. I know your hands are tied. And we just passed a new Telecom Act. You know, we gave lots of freedom and flexibility. This is one of the consequences of our new market structure in telecommunications. There's benefits and risks. I appreciate you guys. I just put you on the spot. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If I could just briefly add through you, Chairman Knapp, I didn't intentionally neglect to mention the disconnect and delinquency notices because I've seen 2 of those. So, and I have addressed that as well with the company. And again, it's been a couple of weeks since about 2 weeks since I've talked to them. So I trust that the resolution there is no resolution yet, but we'll keep after it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, gentlemen. All right, next up, we'll have the stakeholders, Rocky Mountain Power.
There is another agency. There is the Office of Consumer Advocate, and I didn't know if he wouldn't.
Are you going to speak today?
He should introduce himself.
All right.
Thank you, Chairman, Co-Chairman Case, Committee. For some of the new faces, my name is Anthony Ornelas. I'm the Administrator of the Wyoming Office of Consumer Advocate. We are an independent agency under the Public Service Commission. We are a staff of 427. I say that because we are authorized at 7 positions, but since taking over the administration in 2022, we have never been fully staffed and currently have a staff of 5. You have thrown out a whole kind of shotgun of issues, and welcome to the world of utility regulation. It is a juggling act of falling knives, and it seems to be adding to that each by the passing day and week. I won't take a lot of time because we're pressed and there's other folks that want to speak. I would just say, thank you, Representative Locke, for raising some of the issues you have, especially around the large load and data centers, and it can carry over to other issues. But one of the focuses of our agencies is to ensure that these new growth opportunities, which do have real economic benefits for the state, but that growth essentially pays for itself, and that we don't allow those companies and their infrastructure needs and their utility needs to be borne by other ratepayers, including our residential and small commercial, and even some of our larger existing industrial firms. So we are actively looking at that. Senator Steinmetz had asked a few times about HB 200. Certainly this has been a policy of the state. We can argue the good and bad of it, but certainly there's a lot of pressure on coal. If we want to keep coal up and running, we're going to have to find a way to make it cleaner. Even as we do that, some of our states that we're currently conjoined with, I don't think are going to be in a position to take this long term. So as we go down this road, we need to be cognizant of the cost versus the benefits. If we can achieve these technology milestones, what cost will that have, and who will the end users of these products be? I think we're all aware that Wyoming exports upwards of 85% of the energy it produces within its borders. So having Wyoming go it alone on some of these could be problematic in the long run. So we're keeping an eye on those. Currently, there's only 2 utilities that are under the HB 200 surcharge or the CCUS surcharge. Rocky Mountain Power currently has a 0.3% surcharge. There is a request to reduce that to 0.15%. And that is an ongoing docket, so I'll stop there. But to give you the factuals of what those numbers are, Black Hills, through their Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power subsidiary, is the second utility that imposes an HB 200 charge. That one's subject to check. My memory is a little vague on that, but I believe it's at 0.5% currently, but they do have an application to increase that to 1.4%. I believe it's actually 1.39, but 1.4%. And those are to pay for ongoing feed studies and engineering costs. At this time, we do not yet have any steel in the ground, so to speak, that we're testing or paying for. These are all figuring out if it's a viable technology and what the ultimate economics of that would be. Wildfires and insurance is another one real quickly. You know, certainly we are involved in this as well. We were part of the working group that brought forth the legislation to limit the legal liabilities of our utilities. And I'm very thankful to this committee and others that, you know, we were able to get that passed. The first step, I think, in bending the cost curve of insurance rates is to get some handles on making, or some arms around making our utilities kind of the ultimate last stop, the last resort for fire events that are often beyond their control, but which they are still subject to legal liabilities. And we have a utility that we're a part of. I'm sure you're all aware of it, but they have billions of dollars they've already paid out and tens of billions of dollars of remaining legal liabilities. Whether those are ultimately borne by Wyoming ratepayers are yet to see, to what extent. But even if we pay zero of that, there's a real financial burden that puts on our utilities, on their shareholders, on the appetite for folks to provide the equity and debt investments needed to fund them. So we're watching that as a critical issue going forward. We're beginning conversations. So it's not quite as easy as, you know, one state burned down and the other didn't. You know, we're no stranger to wildfire risk in Wyoming. So we're trying to take a holistic approach and make sure we're doing that. MSP is another issue, just real quickly, as you've heard, that will be ending at the end of 2025. For several decades now, for our Rocky Mountain Power utility, who's a part of Pacific Corp, and a 6-state integrated system, it has been beneficial to the state of Wyoming and to all states. We all agree to share resources, diversity of resources. We relied on hydro from the Oregon area. As you heard the chairman of the PSC discuss, you know, there's times, you know, we're utilizing very low cost and sometimes even negative cost solar from California to serve Wyoming. That's a benefit to us. We get to not pay for fuel costs during those hours, coal or gas, and get essentially free energy. There's obviously the opposite of that as well. What we've seen is just the states have policies that are too divergent to really keep that intact anymore. So that is going away at the end of 2025. And as you heard, by September at the latest, we will begin earnest discussions on what Rocky Mountain Power looks like moving forward in the state of Wyoming. Certainly there's folks out there that think we should take a Wyoming centric view, kind of ring fence ourselves. Certainly there's some who think we should take a east-west, kind of the western states versus eastern states view. And there are perhaps some that say we should stay together as a 6-state system to some degree. Each of those have risks and opportunities. So we will be taking a look at all of those coming forward later this year. So I'm just going to stop there. Again, it's kind of a shotgun of issues, and there's more coming every day versus getting off the board. But we're heavily engaged. It's in all of these is the Office of Consumer Advocate, and my office is always open to reach out for any questions, comments, concerns. We are heavily involved in most all of these cases. Although with a staff of 4 to 7, there's limitations on what we can accomplish, but we're involved to the greatest extent possible. So thank you for your time, and I would stand for any questions.
Questions? I had one, because I've heard your testimony before and I've been, you're kind of a bright light in what I view as, energy sometimes as subsidies and regulations. And going back to HB 200, we've got an administration now, and we're a little over 100 days, but that has lifted nearly every regulation beyond what Congress approved back in the day. And HB 200 repeal was an opportunity, I think, to relieve our ratepayers of an obligation that we call it market driven, but really it goes back to, again, subsidies and regulations. That's going to be coming back again. And I akin it to the Allies landing on the beach of Normandy and France sitting back and saying, well, wait, I wonder what the Germans are going to do now. So we have an opportunity, I think, in Wyoming to truly take advantage of this administration. And just in your own personal opinion, where do you see us going? We've got the multi-state protocol basically splitting. And that conversation started during the last administration, where Wyoming really needed to see its independence for our ratepayers. So I'm just curious your comment on where you see us going in the future with this administration. We've got 3 more years, and where Wyoming should position itself.
Yeah, thank you for that, Chairman Knapp. I think in terms of HB 200, kind of taking a little closer look there, we have often raised concerns, our office has, about putting our ratepayers in a place where we're asked to fund essentially what is research and development of a new technology. However, I think there's certainly some merit to what you heard from Chairman Robinson today. However, there is some benefit to hedging this. We're quite a ways down the road in terms of our initial cost on this HB 200. I know there's representatives of Rocky Mountain Power, but they have been able to make some strategic partnerships to continue studying this on one of their units. WEA has funded at least a matching grant for another one of their units. So, we are optimistic, but very cautious about the prospects of CCUS. As soon as this administration changes hands in 2 or 3 years, we could certainly be where we found ourselves a few years prior. And if it is the desire of this state to utilize coal and continue to market coal to other aspects of the world, or perhaps the United States, there is going to be benefit if we can crack this technology. My personal opinion is that's kind of a state look. And again, I'm trying to protect our individual ratepayers from funding those sort of technology studies. But so you have to pick your side there, I guess. There's a hedge and a benefit if we can get this right. So in that form, I am in favor of it.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Must be 3 o'clock.
All right. Let's have our stakeholders come up now. Rocky Mountain Power, Wyoming Rural Electric, and Black Hills Energy. Welcome, gentlemen. Let's go left to right.
Sounds good. Is that Dave?
This
This
way?
left? Who's
Yes.
this? Me. Okay. Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Tom Carter. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs for Rocky Mountain Power. Rocky Mountain Power has customers in Utah, Idaho, and Wyoming. We are part of the PacifiCorp system, and we serve 145,000 customers here in Wyoming. We've had discussions on big issues here today, and we'll continue to have discussions about big issues throughout the interim. As many of you know, we have been working to talk more with stakeholders, with our customers, with elected officials, many of you, about the issues that have come up today. And we want to continue to have these conversations across the state. And we're committed, as the process started with this topic today, we're committed to work with the Energy Authority and our sister utilities to find workable solutions for all the many conversations and topics that came up in this committee hearing. I will say this, electricity makes our modern life possible. And we recognize that. We recognize the important role we play here in Wyoming. Let me touch on a couple of the questions that have come up, and then I'll yield time to my friends here to my left. There's been a lot of talk about affordability, reliability, safety, our multi-state protocol, integrated resource plans, as well as just a number of issues in this committee over the last number of years. And we appreciate those conversations. They're important. As to the questions around the multi-state protocol, we recognize as a utility that there are diverging energy policies amongst the 6 states we serve. When PacifiCorp was founded, when these 6 states came together, affordable, reliable, meant the same thing to everybody. Over the last 5 or 10 years, that has changed. And that makes it very difficult. When, at the end of the day, we want to provide affordable and reliable and safe electrons. Because as I mentioned, we know that we enable modern life and we're the backbones of the economy. It has become a significant hindrance to us, these diverging energy policies. Because we are not policymakers, we are policy takers. And so as was mentioned, the multi-state protocol does end at the end of this year. And we are in the process of identifying and working and developing the cost allocations, the state-by-state cost allocations that recognize the policy desires and decisions of each state. Wyoming has been clear to the leadership of Rocky Mountain Power and PacifiCorp of what they value. And as we put together our cost allocations, we are taking that to heart. And you will see that as we filed those cost allocations. And we will do that by the deadline. And then, as we all know, the process will be the process. There will be interveners, there will be communications, there'll be discussions, and that will play itself out. Additionally, there's been a lot of talk, appropriate and robust talk, around integrated resource plans. Every 2 years, the company puts out a 20-year vision planning document, looking at what resource mix we should have and how we should identify our growth opportunities. The conversations have begun internally about how we should plan moving forward, especially because of these diverging energy policies. Should that continue to be a 6-state IRP? Or should it be a regional IRP? Or should it be 6 individual state IRPs? I hope to have more information about that for you as the summer progresses. But I will say, because of the diverging energy policies, because of the pressures being put on us by regional decisions, and as was mentioned by the WEA and the Commission and OCA, federal policies, we need to take all of that into account as we plan. Finally, I want to talk about kind of one of the main issues that we'll be discussing throughout the summer with WEA, and that's around these hyperscaling large loads. We've seen this throughout our 6-state territory. We have over 10 gigawatts of requests for service that wants to come online within the next 3 to 5 years. To put that in perspective, our service territory load in Wyoming is just under 1 gigawatt, and it took us 100 years to get there. So we're being asked to add 10 new states in a matter of 3 to 5 years. How do we do this? To the point, the questions that have been come up, who should bear that cost? Who should bear that risk? We believe that the cost should follow the cost causer, that the cost and the burden should not fall on the current rate base, that those that are working within the current structure should be protected, and that as those loads, hyperscaling, speculatory loads, come and approach us, they should carry the burden and the risk. And that is the message that we'll be working with other stakeholders throughout the summer. And those are kind of my initial thoughts, and I'm happy to yield to questions, or I don't know if you want to move on to the other stakeholders.
Let's move on, and then if there's questions for any of the three, we can do that at the end. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee. Good to see you all again. My name is Sean Taylor. I'm the Executive Director of the Wyoming Rural Electric Association. I was kind of hoping that Mr. Bush would sit over there so I wasn't sandwiched in between the two investor-owned utilities, but that's all right. My apologies to those of you that have heard this before, but there's enough new faces just to kind of give you a brief education of who we are. The Rural Electric Cooperatives, about 100 years ago, when the country and Wyoming was becoming electrified in the urban areas, the for-profit companies, and I'm not bashing these guys, but the for-profit companies didn't see the profitability in serving rural Wyoming. And so ranchers and farmers and small communities came together about 100 years ago and started forming these rural electric cooperatives. We're not for profit. We're owned by our customers. So if you get electricity from a rural electric co-op, you are part owner of the co-op. We are not rate regulated by the Public Service Commission. We're regulated for everything else, but not our rates, because we are self-regulated. Because we're not for profit, there's no reason for us to overinflate our rates to make money, because whatever we have left over at the end of the year, we give back to our member owners, our customers. So it's a different business model. We think it's worked extremely well. We're actually kind of promoting that business model in this new era of large loads and data centers, and it's hard to serve, but we think we have the right business model, and we were taking steps and having conversations. This morning even I had, let me back up real quick. There's 14 distribution cooperatives across Wyoming, right? So the distribution co-ops are the ones that get the power out to the hinterlands of Wyoming. We also have 4 generation and transmission cooperatives. They're headquartered outside of Wyoming, but they provide the wholesale power to our distribution co-ops in Wyoming. We have Tri-State based out of Denver, and they serve 8 of our co-ops in Wyoming. We have Basin Electric out of Bismarck, and they serve our largest co-op up in the Powder River Basin. And then we have Deseret down in the southwest corner of the state. They're based out of Salt Lake, and they serve one of our co-ops in the southwest corner of the state. And then we have a what we call a paper G&T, and I won't bore you with the details of that, called Members First. And they buy power from Basin and then wheel it to other customers in Montana and in Wyoming. And so that's the makeup of who we are. We cover about 75% of the land mass across Wyoming. We have service territory in all 23 counties. Some of it's pretty small, but we touch every county in Wyoming. And we serve power to about a little over a quarter of the state's population. So that's kind of who we are and how we kind of differentiate ourselves. So let me go back to the meeting we had this morning. Basin Electric and Tri-State, like I said, are 2 of our biggest G&Ts. Between the 2 of them, we own, operate, and built the Laramie River Station outside of Wheatland, the Dry Fork Power Plant up in Gillette, and we've been partners with the state of Wyoming and others at the Integrated Test Center, looking at new ways to use coal. It's not just about stripping the CO2 off of a power plant, but new ways to use coal. And we've been involved in that in funding and partnering, and the ITC is located at Dry Fork. This morning we had a conversation, and to your point, Chairman Knapp, about the current administration, we got to strike while the iron's hot. We have a lot of friends back in DC now. Some policies definitely changing. Some regulations are being done away with, and we are currently talking about what we need to do, what we can do, all the while preserving and protecting the folks that built us, our rural members, our existing rural members. And so these three topics that the Energy Authority talked about this morning, or this afternoon, I guess, they're very important to us. Certificated service territories, I know Senator Landon, Senator Case, Senator Dockstader, Representative Knapp to some extent have heard this argument over and over again, and we've just never been able to get past that. Then you throw on large loads and third party, which is also a threat to certificated service territory, which we view as a threat to our members, our customers. We decided this might be a good approach to work with the Energy Authority, kind of within the confines of the interim, but we're going to be meeting throughout the interim to bring you guys different ideas, different reports, what have you. I know there's others in the room that are going to get up and talk about what it is, but we think it's a different way to approach it. Kind of go back to what we did with the wildfire liability insurance. It was just a group of stakeholders that don't always agree on things, but we came together, presented you all with a really good bill, and you all passed it and it's signed into law. So we thought, why not try and take that approach with these three pretty daunting issues that we've talked about for years and years, and see if we can't come up. We're going to get people that have disagreed on these issues in the same room eventually, and hopefully we'll be able to find some common ground and bring back to you all, whether it's in July or August or whenever, either some policy ideas, some draft legislation, what have you. But as we all know, and it's been stated here today, you guys are the ones that pass the laws. So we just hope to give you something to work with. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions after Mr. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. Go ahead, Mr. Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David Bush here with Black Hills Energy and Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power, which is our electric utility based in Cheyenne. A little bit about Black Hills. We're based in Rapid City. Our Wyoming operations include natural gas distribution to quite a bit of the state. If you were to draw a line from Cody to Rawlins, basically everything east of there, we distribute natural gas to homes and businesses in that area. We have the Wyodak mine outside of Gillette, along with the Neil Simpson Energy Complex that's outside of Gillette. The Wyodak power plant is there. That's 80% owned by Rocky Mountain Power, 20% owned by us. And then we have a few other coal-fired units in that facility as well. We mine about 4 or 5 million tons of coal a year out of our mine, put it on a conveyor, run it under the interstate, and burn it in our coal units. So we've got about 50 to 75 years, depending on how much we do, of mineable reserves there. And we're looking forward to continuing to mine that coal and use that coal. So to address a couple of questions, we supply electricity to Cheyenne as well as natural gas through our utility, Cheyenne Light Fuel and Power. We also supply some electricity to the Newcastle area, but that's through Black Hills Power, which is actually our South Dakota-based utility that serves Western South Dakota as well with electricity. House Bill 200, I was in front of the Minerals Committee 2 years ago now, I believe it was. Chairman Knapp, you may remember some of these discussions. We made some modifications to House Bill 200 at that time to try to give the utilities, at least Rocky Mountain Power and us, a little bit more time and flexibility to work within the confines of that statute. Thank you, by the way, for passing that. That was very helpful. At this point, we have filed our final report with the Public Service Commission. We asked for a 0% mandate for carbon capture, and that's based on the study we did. Mr. Ornalis referred to the surcharge that we had. It was a 0.5% surcharge that we asked for to pay for those feed studies and other technology studies on the carbon capture processes to see if any of them would work. We zeroed out that surcharge January 1st, 2025. So there's currently no surcharge on our Cheyenne customers. The process for carbon capture is very expensive, and I've testified, I think, to this committee, certainly to Minerals before. It was about $500 million for us to retrofit a coal unit with carbon capture. The other problem was there was parasitic load involved with that. On our roughly 100 megawatt unit, we lost about 34 megawatts to the load that it would take to power the carbon capture unit. So that's the primary reason we asked for a 0%, was it wasn't feasible with that process. So that's kind of our update on House Bill 200. I did also want to discuss the data centers. That's come up a little bit. So Cheyenne is kind of the hotbed for data center development. Microsoft moved there in 2014, and we were able to work with them on building their facility. And we have a tariff that's called Large Power Contract Service Tariff. So it's under the innovative rate making statute that the legislature passed some time ago. It allows us to work with large customers like that to design a tariff that protects our existing customers, which again is something the commission and the OCA both mentioned, and also allows us to attract further load. Microsoft is expanding their operations there. Meta is moving to Cheyenne and building a data center as well. They're all coming in under that LPCS tariff. The tariff does require the large customer to have their own backup power. We don't build generation for them unless they want it, but if they want it, they have to pay for it, like everything else. If there's system upgrades, transmission lines, anything like that that needs to get built, those customers pay for it. It doesn't go into our basic rates for other customers to pay for. We also have what's called the blockchain interruptible service tariff. Senator Case remembers working on that issue as well in 2019, if memory serves. We had a lot of interest from Bitcoin miners and other customers like that, that I would not be going out on a limb by saying they are speculative load, but very large loads. Some of them were asking for hundreds of megawatts. The city of Cheyenne on average is about 250-ish megawatts. So some of these folks wanted 200, 300, 400 megawatts, and they wanted it yesterday. We saw a need to set up this new tariff, again, to protect our existing customers. There is also a benefit for any customers that we do sign up on that BCIS tariff. There is benefit spread back to the rest of our customers through some rate relief based on the size of the load that those blockchain customers bring on. We have 2 customers using that tariff in Cheyenne right now, and one of them, you all may remember, there was a presidential order for a particular foreign-owned blockchain company to divest itself of its Cheyenne operations. A company out of well, they're US based. I can't remember if it's Atlanta or Las Vegas, but they came in, bought the operation, got set up, and are now mining Bitcoin outside of Cheyenne at that former operation. So that's been a win for us and a win for our other customers. It's been a win for the community. The mayor of Cheyenne, I think, is still here, and he may touch on the impact that the data centers have had for us. County commissioners in our area also enjoy that, and I believe there are other parts of the other counties and cities in the state that are looking at doing some data center recruitment based on some of that benefit they've seen. Lastly, this was something that Chairman Case kind of touched on. We've had some issues, certainly over the past couple of years, with broadband coming into the state with line hits. In one day, we had 4 line hits in Gillette last week or the week before. Different companies, but 4 hits in one day. So that's a disruption to our natural gas service to our customers. It's dangerous, certainly for residents and people in a neighborhood if the line is hit. So that's something I think probably need to take a look at and come up with some solutions. We did, I think it was 2019 as well, 2018, 2019, we did do some amendments to the call before you dig laws that strengthen that, but I think there's probably some room to strengthen that even more and make sure we're protecting everyone, because it it's not only the customers that are losing service, and it could be a hospital, a school, businesses certainly, and homes, but it's dangerous for the people that are operating the machinery that hit a 4-inch gas line or whatever they may hit. So that's just something we need to, I think, draw a little bit more attention to. We, as a company, are always trying to meet with contractors and discuss 811 and the rules around that and encourage them to call and abide by those. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I think that's it for me.
All right. Any questions from the committee? None? I just had one question. The data centers that you're bringing on now, is that using your current load or is it adding to your grid basically with either wind or natural gas or anything else? How are those being connected? Are they just drawing from you or are they adding?
So, Mr. Chairman, the data centers that are moving in now, they fall under the tariff that we have. That LPCS tariff requires us to basically buy market energy. As I said, we don't build generation for them unless they want it. Now, there have been a couple of independent projects that have been built around Cheyenne, solar project and some wind projects. Those are projects that independent power producers have built and then contracted directly with those data centers to serve them that power. We basically are the middleman that moves it across our lines. So the new facilities that are coming on, again, we've worked with Microsoft for over 10 years now. It's going to be the same arrangement for them as far as providing the power from the market. And I believe Meta is also the same on that. So,
okay, thank you. All right, any other questions? Oh, go ahead.
I don't have a question. I just have one thing I forgot I just don't want to think that you all to think that we're paying lip service to saying we're trying to figure out how to address kind of the future of energy. I can give you concrete examples up in the Powder River Basin, right? When the co-op was started up there, when it wasn't profitable for anybody else to do that, pretty soon the coal mines were discovered, or we started mining coal up there, and the co-op figured out how to serve it. In the mid 90s to late 90s, the coal bed methane industry started booming up in the Powder River Basin, and our co-op up there figured out how to serve those loads. So it's not an empty promise that we're talking about how to figure, how to crack this code. And I think working with the Energy Authority and the other stakeholders, collectively, we might be able to figure something out.
Thank you. One last question. So do you see at all an opportunity to, as states around us chase that data center and AI target do you see an opportunity at all for baseline energy replenishment for those states?
Mr. Chairman, I hope so. I think that one of the things that we're struggling with, if I'm oversharing publicly on the record, get myself in trouble.
It's just between us.
It's just between us. And all my bosses watching on the internet. I think one of the things we're struggling with is there are a number of requests related to these loads, and our responsibility, our duty is to serve. And as we try and figure out who is real and who is not, it does put pressure on our ability to serve regions and what I like to call economic development growth. And so as we look through our current tariffs, as we look through legislation that was passed in Utah, as we look at opportunity to maybe bifurcate a process, and we've talked with the Energy Authority about this already, that allows us to say, okay, show us that you're real, and that these 3 requests for a gigawatt aren't the 3 different companies or 3 different developers responding to the same RFP that are clogging up my queue, and there are gigawatts of requests clogging and standing in line between a 1, 2, or 3 megawatt request. I need to be able to move everything aside so I can get development moving forward, especially in places here in Wyoming that want to move forward. And so our goal is to work within this process that the committee has asked us to look at, and to provide a good structure so that if those loads, those hyperscaling loads come to Wyoming or go to Utah or go to Oregon or go to Virginia, that we still have the ability to provide the 3, 4, 5, 6% growth that we know how to do. Utilities were built to do incremental growth annually. And so that's our hope, is that we come up with a process that allows that to move forward, because that will be, I think, what drives long-term economic growth here in Wyoming.
Thank you.
Chairman Knapp, if I may,
Yes, Mr.
I
Taylor.
agree with what Mr. Carr said. One other thing, as far as, building new baseload, my quick answer is yes, but we just had a bunch of co-op directors out in Washington, DC to visit with our DC delegation. And the one thing that we kept emphasizing is, yeah, the time to strike is now, but in 4 years or 3.5 years, depending on what happens at the federal level, a lot of this good stuff that we see as good stuff that's been happening in the first 100 days can be gone like that. And so we really emphasize with them to try and I know this is a yeoman's task, but get as many of those executive orders into statute, so it can't just be overturned every 4 years or every 8 years. Because if we want to build some baseload, and we want to get started right away, we want to know that we can, that investment is worth it and not going to be abandoned like the Keystone Pipeline or any of that type of stuff.
Mr. Chairman, is it all right if I amplify?
Absolutely.
So this is exactly it, right? And we've heard this from the commission as well. One of the hardest parts of our short-term and long-term planning is the fact that we are constantly whipsawed back and forth by federal and state policy, right? So I've already talked to you about our desires to find ways to work with either within our 6-state system or to bifurcate our six states into two regions or 6 individual states. But we need durability of the federal law because, every 4 or 8 years on day one of a new administration, executive orders get signed or struck down. And while it's been helpful these first 100 days, not every executive order that has come out in the first 100 days give us all the cover we need. And so I agree with Mr. Taylor, and we've sent this similar message to the federal delegations of all three, the whole delegation of the 3 Rocky states and parts of the delegations of the other 3 states. Like, durability of the law, not just executive orders, will help us be able to do long-term planning that is beneficial for the entire grid as this explosion of electrons is coming.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. And now we have come to public comment. Is there anybody in the room that's wanting to speak to this? Oh, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, co-chairman, members of the committee. Thank you so much for the opportunity to give you some brief comments today. My name is Thor Nelson. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Holland and Hart. I and my colleague, Austin Jensen, and some client folks who were here, Jody and Michelle before, are very proud to be here today on behalf of a coalition called the Wyoming Industrial Energy Consumers. And I asked staff, and I think they passed around some brief materials about our organization, which has been in operation here in Wyoming since 1995, representing the interests of large industrial energy consumers before the Public Service Commission and the legislature. Currently, WIAC membership includes 17 different companies, wide variety of different companies. They produce oil and gas, trona, other mining operations, their manufacturing, chemical plants, and the like. And collectively, approximately, those 17 companies consume roughly half of the electricity that Rocky Mountain Power sells in the state of Wyoming. Fortunately, I can tell you that while we have a bunch of very important issues that the speakers before me have done an excellent job of laying out, fortunately, I can report to you, maybe we'll cut to the chase on the bottom line, which is from WIAC's perspective, there's little to nothing that you all need to do right now in order to address the issues that we're facing in Wyoming. Fortunately, I think with the good help of the Public Service Commission, with the WEA. Those agencies and arms of the state have actively sort of picked up the, whatever the right tool is. I'm trying to figure out what the right tool is. Picked up the right hammer, but it's electricity. It doesn't seem right. Anyway, they've picked up the process and are moving it forward. And we have been working closely with WEA and are grateful for their efforts. We're working on a variety of different rulemakings and other proceedings at the commission and are very grateful for their efforts. But we think that the framework has already been put into place legislatively to address these issues. And so now it's up to the industry to find solutions and to figure out how to move those solutions forward. So I'll touch just on a couple of things. Obviously, the most important thing for WIAC and the reason we exist is to make sure that the rates paid for electricity are as affordable as possible for both industry and customers in the state. We were very pleased to work out an agreement with Rocky Mountain Power and the Office of Consumer Advocate on Rocky Mountain Power's recently filed rate case. It is one of those difficult things because no one ever likes a rate increase, of course, but at the end of the day, we do understand that there are investments that need to be made to serve Wyoming customers. And so we do agree and understand that there's a price that needs to go with that to make sure that service is available and reliable for everyone. But the settlement was a 31% reduction from the rate increase that Rocky Mountain Power had requested. To the questions that were raised earlier from Representative Flock, the settlement did include a lesser amount associated with insurance costs and a withdrawal of the proposal that the utility had made to automatically track insurance cost increases in the future, such that any future costs would have to come back to a rate case before they could get rolled into rates. And they also had important provisions about the large loads and that issue, which I'll come back to in just a second, because I think the large load deserves its own quick conversation. Beyond that, WIAC is active in about half a dozen different rate matters going on in front of the commission right now that are current or pending, including, I will say, we are both in the state and federal courts in Wyoming, defending commission decisions against appeals by Rocky Mountain Power. And so while we go into the commission and argue on behalf of consumers, when the commission agrees with us, we're also prepared to back up that decision and support the commission in the appellate process. And so that's part of the thing that we do. I want to speak, though, to these issues that have been raised today, the large load issues, and then touch real quickly on the regional market and regional cost allocation issues that many speakers have already talked about. First of all, and now I'm going to come back to the rate case. In the rate case, there was a lot of discussion about how to address the concerns of large loads. And I do want to indicate that there were two very important agreements that were reached in that settlement that were approved orally by the commission, subject to a document. One, and this was the subject of some legislation that was proposed but not enacted in the last session, there is a requirement that large loads execute special contracts with the utilities to address the terms and conditions of service, because you do want to make sure that the services that are being provided, that there is a corresponding commitment to pay for those services. And so that's part of the requirement as part of the Rocky Mountain Power Tariff. Secondly, and this goes directly to the question that was raised about investments and the need to ensure cost recovery and that current customers aren't unreasonably burdened because of these new loads, the settlement provides that any new large load coming on board has essentially a 75% what I'll call take or pay obligation. And what that means, I use the word take or pay because a lot of folks who may be familiar with that in the oil and gas context. What that means is that if you sign that contract and your data center doesn't come on time, or it's delayed, or it's smaller than you thought it was going to be, that you're on the hook to pay 75% of the demand costs that you contracted for in order to make sure that the utility and the remaining body of customers have a revenue stream sufficient to cover the costs associated with serving that new customer. And so we specifically built into that, and I think it's a good agreement. It's consistent, I can report to you, with the way that the states of Oregon and Utah have been addressing these issues as well. So I think we're situated in a nice competitive position in Wyoming to both attract these kinds of loads, but also make sure that they don't unreasonably burden the current customers. Having said that, there are more discussions to be had about that. And in particular, one thing that I will mention, and this is one of the topics that the WEA is spearheading a conversation about, is the question of should there be an option for these large customers to take service from someone other than the utility? Sometimes you hear this talked about in the word that's used as third-party generation, that third party being a non-utility power producer. Sometimes you hear it referred to as a behind-the-meter arrangement, where a person builds a power generation facility and then connects it behind the customer's meter. So it's on the customer side of the facilities instead of the utilities facilities. But whether you call it third-party generation or behind-the-meter generation, one of the things that WIAC believes is that allowing the market and competition to address some of these issues is a really good idea. It is clear, as was explained by the witnesses for the utilities, that it is a challenge to the utilities to serve these extremely large loads. And it's a challenge because their business model is not necessarily designed for that. And it's a challenge because they have to be very, very mindful of negative impacts on other customers. So an easy solution from WIAC's perspective is allow those large data centers to separately contract with non-utility generators. That way, they can control the speed at which that generation is built, the speed at which they are able to come to market. They can then take all of the risks associated with that generation instead of having those risks imposed on others. And so that's a solution that we think makes sense, and we're actively engaged both with WEA and with the commission through the rulemaking that they spoke of earlier. And then I'll also just report to you all, this is not a WIAC initiative, but there is also a petition for a declaratory order that the Anschutz Corporation has filed at the Public Service Commission, asking for the commission to determine that the arrangement that I've discussed would be legal under Wyoming law and would not unreasonably intrude upon the utility exclusive service territory. So we have a number of vehicles where this question is being considered, but I think conceptually that kind of market-based solution has a role here and is a way to, I think, both get the generation we need, get the business development you want without burdening existing customers. I also want to speak to, as I mentioned, just very quickly, two sort of regional issues. One issue that we are working on very much, both at the state level, we've also, WIAC has intervened at the FERC, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, on the proposal by Rocky Mountain Power to join what is called the Energy Day Ahead Market, or EDAM. The EDAM is a subpart of the California Independent System Operator, or CAISO. PacifiCorp already is a part of what's called the energy imbalance market, which sort of manages the electricity on a moment-by-moment basis. The Energy Day Ahead market would take that and adopt a new system, which also looks to buy power on a day-ahead basis. It is a much deeper connection to and commitment to engagement with CAISO. From WIAC's perspective, we've studied the comments that have been filed by a variety of interveners at FERC. We're going to talk to the commission about this. We have some concerns that PacifiCorp getting further entangled with the CAISO has some policy and political implications, as well as some ratepayer implications. Some allegations have been made in the federal process by customers of PacifiCorp that the EDAM process would cause monies to shift from Wyoming and other PacifiCorp states to the California utilities and California ratepayers through what's called congestion pricing. And so we're watching that very closely and weighing in on whether or not that's the right approach for PacifiCorp, or there is perhaps a different approach that would be appropriate. So stay tuned for more information on that. And then last but not least, we talked about the changes to the multi-state protocol and the changes to the cost allocation system. We have been involved in that from day one at WIAC. We were a party to the various agreements that have been reached up to this point, and of course, we'll be actively engaged in the filing later in September. One thing that I do want to note for you, I had a good conversation with Randall Luthi about this topic a little while ago, and I just wanted to share with you that it is important to remember that Pacificor in Wyoming, when back before Pacificor existed, it operated as two separate utilities. And we're going way back, 25 years ago. We're talking about when the utilities used to be Utah Power and Pacific Power. And there were two separate companies, and the merger of those two companies became Pacificor. Well, Pacific Power, the entity that served big chunks of the eastern part of Wyoming, that entity included operations on the West Coast, and it included very good, high-quality hydroelectric facilities that operate in the Columbia River Basin. And as a result of that Pacific Power history in Wyoming, Wyoming ratepayers have paid for and should continue to benefit from hydroelectric facilities that operate in Oregon and Washington. And so one of the things that I encouraged the governor's staff to consider and would encourage you to consider is it is really good to have energy sort of autonomy, if you would, in terms of how Wyoming approaches things, but don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. There are wonderful hydroelectric resources that are old but very cheap and provide high quality electricity to customers in Wyoming. And to put it bluntly, Wyoming paid for them. And so don't give them away for free. And so one of the things that we'll be looking at very closely in the multi-state process is making sure that not only are the Wyoming generation resources used to the benefit of Wyoming customers, but those resources that we've paid for outside of the state are also used to continue to provide benefits to Wyoming customers over the long term. So with that, appreciate the opportunity to speak today. Thank you very much for running a little bit late so that we could go through this. Happy to stand for any questions and look forward to the conversation as the committee process unfolds through the summer.
Any questions from the committee?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Dockstader.
Thor, if I could take you back, you said you're running separate, encouraging separate contracts for data centers. A little bit more for my simple mind to understand that. How are you doing that?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Dockstader. So the way that the process is set up in the stipulation, and it's very similar to the process that has been used in Black Hills for the Microsoft data center in Cheyenne. The requirement is that if a new 50 megawatt customer or more wants to sign up for power with Rocky Mountain Power, that customer must execute a special contract with the utility. That contract will set forth the amount of power that customer needs and the schedule under which that customer needs power. That contract will also specify any customer-specific investments that need to get made that are ordinarily paid 100% by the customer. And the contract will specify an amount of power that customer will need, usually in a ramp rate sort of way, so year over year, this amount of power. And then what the requirement is that unless the utility and the customer agree otherwise, and the commission supports that the default rule is that at that ramp rate, that there'll be this 75% take or pay requirement, meaning that if the customer contracts for 60 megawatts in 3 years, but they only actually consume 30, they're going to be responsible for 75% of that 60. I wish I'd picked a better number that I could do that math in my head. But they're responsible for that higher level in a take or pay sort of way. And that is the mechanism that the agreement uses to make sure that those customers, if they don't come online at all, or if they come online less than what is necessary, that they still are going to contribute revenues to the system so that the other customers are protected. And finally, and importantly, this is consistent with some of the things that we talked about during the session, those special contracts, once executed, must all come back before the commission, and the commission will then approve them to make sure that they are in the public interest and confirm that it is both fair to the new customer, but fair also to the utility and the existing customers in how it approaches the costs necessary to serve that customer.
Thank you.
Oh, he said thank you. I thought he was.
No follow-up? No other questions? Thank you, Ms. Nelson.
Thank you very
Appreciate it.
much.
All right, we do have a public comment online, if you can let them in. Supper time.
Or bedtime.
Or bedtime, yeah. Any other public comment in the room? Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm Patrick Collins, Mayor of the City of Cheyenne. And I wasn't sure I was going to come talk today, but I felt like maybe I needed to since we're talking about electricity. And the reason I came up to kind of watch your debate. As Mr. Bush said from Black Hills Energy, Cheyenne has been really blessed over the last few years with some great activity in data centers. And it's making a huge impact in a positive way for Cheyenne. But I would like to share with you one of the things that concerns me about that, and that is in the last 4 years, we've grown by 18.4% in our land mass size. We've annexed about 4,600 new acres of Cheyenne, 7.2 acres, or 7.2 square miles, excuse me, for these data center campuses. And a few of those things are also some large housing developments to help support places for those folks to live. They're not really close to the city, a lot of these. And so we've got a few miles of water lines. We've got many miles of roads that connect those. And I guess the thing that I think is really important to me is that the benefit that we see that comes from the data centers are their use of electricity. They use a lot of electricity. We just closed on a piece of property, 100 acres, just on the eastern part of Cheyenne inside the city limits. And they're asking for 250 megawatts of electricity over the next few years. The sales tax and the franchise fees on electricity are what's going to pay the bills for us to be able to maintain that 4,600 acres of new property brought into our city, the roads that we have to build to or they had to build, but we have to maintain the water lines, the sewer lines, the law enforcement, the fire departments, all those types of things. And so I would just hope that you would keep in mind as we talk about electricity and the future of that, how important that is for cities like Cheyenne. With that, I just take any questions you might have.
Any questions? Just out of curiosity, what is the average contract that those companies would engage in?
Mr. Chairman?
For term of length, yeah.
If I would love to know that. They're pretty secretive about it. But as I've talked to these companies, as they've come to talk to me about, coming into the city and creating the business parks that they will go into, they've shared with me some of them as high as like 500 megawatts. The one that's going out east, it's 250 megawatts. Microsoft has shared with me that they're going to be a gigawatt of data, which is the gigawatt of electricity. Meta shared that same with me, 2.1 million square feet. So, I mean, that's what we're looking at in the next, 10 years, multiple gigawatts of electricity probably in our area.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Dockstader.
Mayor, appreciate you joining us. These data centers use insatiable amounts of power, don't employ a lot of people. So you see the benefit as the tax base coming back in. That's worth it to the city?
Mr. Chairman, through you to the Senator. Senator, I see quite a few. Yes, sir, it is definitely the property taxes and the sales tax on electricity are very beneficial to our bottom line. The jobs they bring, while they're not a lot, are very significant. They have a grant, is like a $2 million grant. I believe it comes through the Wyoming Business Council that they can apply for electricity, but they have to disclose their jobs. And just one of Microsoft's data centers had, I think it was 62 jobs, and many of those jobs paid 6 figures. And the ones that were not up there, the technician jobs were in that $75,000 range. So while they're not a lot of jobs, they're very, very good. And with our housing situation in Wyoming, I think they're the perfect fit. They don't have a lot of jobs, but the ones they bring are great. They pay their weight, and we love having them.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Carrie, I see you. Are you ready for us? Can you identify yourself, and we'd like to hear your comments.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I know we're running behind, so I'll try to keep this short. And thank you for taking my comments. I would like to call into question the definitions of the terms economic development, public interest, and public benefit, and why these government agencies and power companies are bending over backwards to accommodate the energy needs of AI data centers and crypto miners, which do not meet these definitions, similar to Bitcoin or crypto mining facilities. These are parasites on our resources and provide very little in return. I would argue that these AI data centers and crypto miners are not quote unquote economic development, nor of public interest or of public benefit, not to the state nor the people of Wyoming. Not only will there be relatively few permanent full-time jobs once they're up and running, but most of these jobs will be very specialized, so very few current Wyomingites will be able to fill them. Thus, most of these jobs will be filled from folks out of state and even out of country. In addition, these multi-billion-dollar data centers are tax exempt, which is the opposite of the Cheyenne mayor just told you. That's been already decided at the state level. Therefore, they won't even contribute meaningfully to the state's coffers either, which is puzzling as to why the state, in other words, the governor, would approve for these to be tax exempt. As the mayor of Cheyenne just testified, the only real benefit is the sales tax on electricity. These data centers and crypto miners will really only be of economic benefit to the companies and individuals that own and run them. Therefore, there is no incentive for any of us or our businesses to sacrifice energy or the availability of energy whenever we need it to these facilities. There is no public interest or public benefit that these facilities serve. And it's interesting also why no one ever seems to know or discuss exactly what data will be gathered and crunched inside these data centers. Oh, AI's needs are huge, as all anyone says, if they say anything at all. But there are hundreds of these plans just for the US alone. So I'm extremely curious as to what they will be crunching. I would hope that the committee would be just as curious and find out and tell us. And as these data centers and crypto miners will not meaningfully benefit the people of Wyoming, why should we be expected to sacrifice energy and scarce water resources to them? These AI data centers are utterly, completely unnecessary. There is literally no problem that AI actually solves, but instead seems to only create more problems, such as the plummeting critical thinking skills in our children and young folks, which is accelerating with the rollout of AI and every new electronic device unleashed upon them. And they add nothing of value to the state of or the people of Wyoming. We should not be expected to sacrifice anything to these data centers or crypto miners, not the energy we need, nor the already not exactly plentiful water resources. The Public Service Commission and Wyoming Energy Authority and the power companies are backing the wrong horse by bending over backwards to accommodate these facilities to the detriment of the state and people of Wyoming. Now, having said all that, I'm finishing up. Having said all that, the non-utility power providers that Mr. Nelson spoke of for these large load users, should they come into being, should also not cost or be burdens to the state and people of Wyoming. And they should be regulated under a system something akin to that of the Public Service Commission with stringent rules and regs and certain levels of transparency to the public. Thank you very much. I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? All right. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Any other public comment? All right. We will move on to 911 system funding and outage reporting, which I believe we already had one outage reporting, but
That is true. It's actually multiple people, but.
Welcome. We'll start on this end. If you can each identify yourselves and give your comments.
Mr. Chairman and members of the commission, my name is Monty McLean.
Can you pull that closer to you?
Is this any better?
It is.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry about that. Most people don't ever accuse me of being hard of hearing or hard to hear. My name is Monty McLean, and I am the chairman of the Wyoming Public Safety Communications Commission. And in my full-time capacity, I also run the 911 center in Park County for the sheriff's office.
Chairman and co-chairman, my name is Amy Binning. I work for Wyoming Department of Transportation. My main role is coordination with the locals and also the filing of the federal reports for Next Gen 911 and 911 funding.
Mr. Chairman, good afternoon or evening. I'm Nate Smolinski, Chief Technology Officer at WYDOT, also the statewide interoperable communications coordinator and the state 911 coordinator.
Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Matt Johnson. I have the pleasure of serving the community of Torrington as the Chief of Police. We operate the PSAP for Goshen County. I'm also speaking on behalf of WASCOP members around the state who are looking at funding options for maintaining their facilities.
And Mr. Chairman, if for the pleasure, I'll go ahead and start, just kind of go through a few things here. So, Mr. Chairman, I do want to thank everybody for their time this evening, as well as the opportunity to go over this topic. Just as a reminder, we did touch base on this first last interim, and we did get Senate File 57 passed. We thank you for that. I will ask the committee, we do have a tendency to speak in acronyms frequently. We will try our best not to. The packet that we supplied to the committee on the second to last page, there's a few definitions on there that kind of help along. In the same breath, please stop us. We'll be happy to spell everything out and get you guys back on track. Kind of backing up a little bit on that package that we did supply to the committee, we gave you folks a lot of information. And part of the reason why we did this was we wanted to really get you guys up to speed and try to educate you the best way we possibly could. Some of the stuff we gave you was information on how 911 systems work. We also provided the current state and the future 911 systems in Wyoming. And I'll pause for just a moment here. We do have some members from Lumen in the room right now. So afterwards, if you would like to hear from them, I'm sure they could fill in any questions, possibly what you were asking as well. Co-chairman Case. We also gave some information to talk about the benefits and the needs to plan to migrate to next generation 911. We gave some information about what next generation 911 is. And then we did spend a time, of course, on some funding. We spoke about the current deficit between the revenue collected as well as the expenditures, and also the need to increase funding to make the PSAPs what we consider to be whole. That's probably the first acronym I'll drop. So that's a public safety answering point. Just think of it as a 911 dispatch center. So you're going to hear PSAP quite a bit there. But we talked about the deficit in order to make the PSAPs whole with funding, but then the importance of starting to plan and fund for next generation 911 migration. The information we provided to you is from an education session that we offered back in December of 24. Some of the information you have is a little bit dated and maybe not up to exact date today. We had some time restraints and there was a little bit of some formatting that happened in there. So we ask for your forgiveness on that. And we'll talk through that if we need to. I will say it's not our intention to go through each one of these pages, go line by line. We're not going to go through that. I wanted to kind of use this as a guide, point out some highlights, and then stand for any questions as we're walking through this. Just as a reminder, or just something we wanted to put out there, our goals for today that we would try to get done here: inform and educate. That's number one. We're also going to ask that the committee will allow us and hopefully encourage us to work with the industry, our stakeholders, Department of Revenue, and hopefully extend an invite to any members on this committee as we start to look for funding suggestions that'll work best for Wyoming. We don't feel that there is a magic silver bullet that's going to be a one shot, we're going to solve this problem. We think that we like to be able to step back a little bit, bring some suggestions to this committee during the August meeting, have it on the table and kind of walk through there. We can show you folks, if we do this, This is the impact. In order to make that change, this is the statute we have to take a look at. The other item that we want to take a look at are some of the statutory updates that would be tied into moving to next generation 911. Specifically, we would be looking at how the public safety communication fits into this, that commission, as well as some of the funding and the requirements we would have within those statutes. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, if you like, I'd like to just kind of walk through the packet we have here for you.
Yes, please.
So kind of walking through here, I'm going to go a little bit page by page, but like I said, I'm not going to really camp out. If there's something on those pages as we're moving through you'd like us to speak, please pause us. Probably on the second page that starts off with the header of expectations when 911 is activated. One of the lines there is we talk about how the counties work tirelessly. I want to take a step back and remind everybody, we have municipalities that are involved in this effort as well. So when we have a police department, such as Chief Johnson over here, they actually run the PSAP for the city of Torrington, but also for Goshen County. So it's a county effort, but it's also a municipality effort as well. Kind of moving ahead a little bit, there's a slide that has 911 system and maintenance. There's a lot of verbiage on here. Towards the end of this second to last paragraph, we talk about a suggestion that was made to go from the 75-cent current ceiling to $5. I want to step back for a minute here and just remind everybody, this was a proposed suggestion to really further discussion with industry. We want to emphasize with this, there has to be a collaborative effort that we do with industry and the stakeholders in order to find that what that ceiling should look like. That current ceiling at 75 cents was set back in 1986. We've maxed that out. We have the data here to show where we're coming short on, but the need is to work with industry in order so we can establish what's a palatable number that makes sense. Going from 75 cents to $5, that's a massive jump. Do keep in mind that's a ceiling. That's not stating that this body would turn around and say, we're going to move everybody to $5. The ceiling would be moved up. The local governing body would be the one that decides, hey, we need to go up to 85 cents or we need to go up to $1.50. They understand what their deficit is at that local level. Again, I don't think it's a one size fits all, but we need to provide a little bit of flexibility for those folks. And that's part of what we want to be able to explore with industry. Mr. Chairman, moving ahead a little bit, I'm going to kind of move a little long here. There's a slide, it's roughly about page 7 or so in your packet. It's titled Next Gen 911 Network. Within this area here, about the third paragraph down, and we have a few bullets underneath there. There's a lot of information that talks about some of the efficiencies that can be found with migrating to next generation 911. Our main focus when we talk about efficiencies is technology. As a real quick example, we'll get further in the weeds later on as we start to explore some of these options. But we have a piece of technology called a call handling system. And it's exactly what it does. Call comes in, it tells which way to go out. Easy numbers, let's say that costs $250,000. If you have 5 PSAPs, that one piece of technology can be divided 5 different ways. So instead of everybody spending 250 grand, it's 50,000, it's 50,000, it's 50,000. So there's a way we can talk about some efficiencies. The other way that can happen is once that system's in place, these PSAPs can start to back each other up a little bit. So there's some other efficiencies that can happen just in operational as well. Moving on to the next one here, I want to spend a little bit of time here. It starts off as 911 uses WireLink to send resources. Full disclosure, I'm going to back up. This slide was added to our December 24th package. I did not put this in. For those of you who do know me, I'm also did a lot of work with WireLink. It fell underneath my purview. I'm a fan of WireLink. We make sure it works. However, this was submitted by a local county fan of WireLink, not YDOT or anybody that works for WireLink. The reason why this was submitted is we want to point out a couple things here. When we talk about next generation 911, the first thing we talk about, and we heard some of the people talk about, are utilities which are in the ground. So we're talking about fiber going to each one of those PSAPs. Part of what next generation 911 does, it has a redundant network built on top of it. When I say on top of it, in this situation, a lot of these networks A good solution is fiber in the ground, and then we talk about microwave over the air. So this way, if a line does get cut in the ground, there's a backup path that microwave is providing. You think about the amount of dollars the state has invested into WiLink. We have about 175 million roughly we put into the system. With that, we have infrastructure, state-owned infrastructure. We have towers, shelters, HVAC systems, backup power. That system is designed to run 24/7, 365. We would not necessarily put NG 911 technology into WiLink, but there's no reason why we can't hang some infrastructure, meaning microwave dishes, or put some electronics into our shelters that the state currently owns. Otherwise, we would be talking about building another network on top of one we already have that exists. We should be able to leverage what we've already done as a state. I want to make it very clear, any funding that comes through in this effort is not going to go towards WiLink or WiLink operations. We have general funds. It's very specific how we can use those funds. It's very specific how we can use 911 funds. The two, we wouldn't mix them. And then, Mr. Chairman, just kind of moving in a little bit further here, we have a slide that's labeled local control. We talk a little bit about the role that Ms. Benning has here as far as making sure that the reporting information we receive from the PSAPs on revenue and expenditures gets reported to the FCC. We do that to make sure that we remain eligible for any federal grant opportunities that should arise. We have not seen them happen in a long time, but if they do, we want to make sure that we're ready to go ahead, go after them, accept them, and start working with those dollars. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to kind of bounce ahead a little bit here. And again, if there's any questions, please pull us back. Mr. Chairman, we're going to move into a slide that's called 911 postpaid assessment rate. That's about 16 roughly in your packet. With this one here, what we actually talk about is the 75-cent rate that we're currently at. In order to make these whole today, we would have to move into, let me back up, that's actually 2023. I apologize, not 24. We're on 23 numbers here. So we're actually talking about that 75 cents would have to go into $1.04. That's what we call postpaid. So that's the assessed fee that you have on your phone line. The other flip side of this is what we call prepaid, and that's if you go in and you purchase a prepaid phone or phone card, there's funds that are being moved into there as well. On the prepaid side, that's actually on the back side of that same page, number 17 there. We kind of combine these up a little bit to see where we would have to be. We're looking at roughly about a 12% increase on the prepaid, but to move from 75 to $1.04, the combined of those would get us to where we are today. Keep in mind, where we are today, that puts us at still $3 million short. That just actually comes up to where we are with inflation since 1986, roughly. Mr. Chairman, going to kind of move ahead a little bit, and this is what does it cost to run 911? This is slide 18. During our presentation we did in December, we had representatives from Park County, Mr. McLean, Sweetwater County, and Teton County, and they gave us some information, took a deep dive or a deeper dive into what the actual costs are to run their PSAP and how that goes with the revenue and expenditures. What we're finding is the expenditures that they're reporting, the PSAPs, it's not the whole picture. They're talking about the revenue they get and how they're utilizing it. It's basically to try to keep up with certain equipment costs and also some of the maintenance contracts they have with other vendors. What we're not talking about across the board, some of these do not include salaries. Some don't include the brick and mortar of the actual building they're residing in, the HVAC systems, the lights, everything it would take. The questions that we've tried to ask, if you were instructed to build a PSAP and maintain it, what would be your capital cost? What would be your annual cost? They're very hard to kind of find this because over the time, what we found that PSAP has now been absorbed by the sheriff's office or it's been absorbed by the PD. So it's in the same building. The jail might be there. We have agreements that have taken place where we'll run the PSAP, but you give me some bed space and we'll dispatch for you for free. So what used to be maybe very distinct lanes of how some of these funding avenues were coming in, they become kind of broad, and they're take 12, now we got 3, and that's how we're kind of able to look at this right now. We also see it's not across the board. All the counties are operating a little bit differently. Some have greater revenue where they can pay for some of their benefits or some of the salaries. Other ones, they just can't get there. When we also take a look at what that average amount is per year in expenditures, you'll see it pretty flat for a little bit. And the next thing you know, one county skyrockets right up there. They did a massive upgrade. So they went from maybe spending $300,000 a year to 1.5. They upgraded all their equipment. So that kind of skews a little bit about there. But what we did is measuring across the line, roughly that 3 million has been somewhat consistent across the board. And Mr. Chairman, what we did is on funding deficit, this is slide 20. What we're showing here is just a collection from roughly 2015 to 2024. We're still getting some of that 24 information in, which is why we had to kind of go back a little bit on 23. But this is just really showing the total revenues across the board, total expenditures, and the total deficit. The reason why we put this in here is to basically show that over the amount of time, the deficit continues to grow. It has not been addressed. So this is a time that we have to start making some maneuvers here. And then, Mr. Chairman, really, that's kind of what I wanted to walk through on this presentation. These were some of the key points that we wanted to highlight out. I will refer to my partners here to see if anybody has anything they want to add before we stand for any questions.
No, sir. Covered it all.
Nice job.
Yes, Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, thank you for being here. WildLink has been around for quite a while, and I know that some of these problems, of course, are not new. How many counties have already been preparing and saving for the upgrades?
For Next Gen 911, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. Representative Weber for Next Gen 911. I'll take a stab at it, and I'm going to probably defer over to Mr. McLean here in a minute. But what we're finding is the preparation has been happening almost organically. I mentioned some of the upgrades that some of these PSAPs have been doing. Part of it is they need to replace a device. The only device on the shelf right now is NG911 capable. So they might have that piece of equipment that's coming in, and maybe it is a Cadillac, just as an example. It's full features. They can't run all the features because we don't have the core system in place. So they're getting some of it, but they're not getting all the benefits of it yet. And then, Mr. McLean, feel free to fill anything in, please.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Chairman.
Grab that microphone.
Sorry. Mr. Chairman, Representative Weber. For example, in Park County, I'm looking at upgrading my 911 phone, and I have been saving 911 surcharge funds for the last 6.5 years to be able to pay for this upgrade. Once this upgrade is complete, I will be able to have a phone system that is fully capable of handling next generation 911. But it's like buying a smart TV, for example, that requires an internet connection, and then you can subscribe to all the different apps to watch your shows. Right now, we can buy the TV. We don't have the current technology in the state to allow us to connect to the internet and get the apps necessary to watch our favorite shows. The technology, the backbone is not here right now. Without funding for that, we can buy whatever we want, but we're still relying on technology that was first created in 1968 and hasn't seen a major upgrade in decades. Does that answer your question, ma'am? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, follow up. How far behind are we? What does it take to make that happen here? Other than money?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Dockstader, it would take probably, if the funding became available tomorrow, it would probably still take us anywhere from 9 months to 18 months for us to get it implemented across the state, to make sure that we had the network, the cybersecurity, all the different aspects of it so that we could get it up and running. With our technology that we have right now, we have the option of, for example, cloud-based 911 telephone systems. That is something I'm actually looking at right now as a way of trying to reduce the costs. But we have to have the infrastructure in place, and we just don't have it here in Wyoming right now.
And Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Representative Weber, there's a slide, roughly about 14 or so in your packet. PSAP's ready for NG 911 has a bar graph on the top there. This was taken in 23. And it does basically, part of our survey, we asked, hey, where are you today and what are your plans moving forward?
At least in the electronic version, Mr. Chairman, the slides are out of order. And of course, we have numbers for the PDF that are, it's like page 136, but if you look on the bottom, there is a slide number, but they are out of order. So it goes 16, 20, 13, 18. So you have to kind of hunt it.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, gentlemen and lady, we talk about the need for the infrastructure, and we've all known about that. I was a chairman of Transportation Committee not long ago, and of course, we talked a lot about this system. What infrastructure are you talking about? And if this committee were so inclined to take that into the breach, what line item budget figure are you talking about to put the infrastructure in place so that we can stand this up? What if we wanted to do it tomorrow?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Senator Landon, if we were looking at the numbers that we have across the board, going back a few years ago, and say maybe about 2 years ago, we were playing with a number that was probably about 10 to 12 million. We're probably higher than that now. However, I would also say there are some other options out there. Mr. McLean mentioned cloud-based. There's some savings that can be done on cloud-based that we would like to explore. And part of this process would begin with an RFI. It also begins with working some of the industry partners to find out what they can offer in Wyoming. Because we're a little bit unique as far as what we have here. I mean, back up a little bit, everybody driving around, you see miles and miles of orange interduct being installed in the ground right now. That's fiber. So now we have fiber going to areas that we, meaning this body, wouldn't necessarily have to pay for the capitalization of that installation. That's been done with some BEAD programming and some other grants that have been out there. So that helps in this because it's not like we have to pay for the 8 miles in order to get to this location. So there's some benefits there that we're taking a look at. Bottom line is I don't have a dead bullseye number for you yet, but as part of the effort we want to undertake, we want to get that narrowed down.
Mr. Chairman, follow.
Yes, follow up.
So thank you for that, Director. Appreciate it. How long is that going to take you? I guess I, for one, on this committee, am interested in maybe, there's no good time to have a boil, is what my mom used to say. It's maybe time, right? So I'd be inclined to try to get something drafted and move it forward if the committee wanted to go with me on that. But can you come back to us in the next meeting and like in the fall and help us know a little more closely what it would take to get our arms around this?
Mr. Chairman, Representative, that's what our ask would be. So what we like to be able to do is come back, at least the August meeting would be our goal, to be able to produce, maybe not, hey, this is the exact number yet, but we know these are suggestions we can do and they can generate X amount of dollars that we can then put to the system. And we'll have a much better idea of what that implementation cost would be. So we can then kind of wrap our hands around to find the best suggestion or solution we can do. So we would gladly take that on.
Mr. Chairman, I hope so. Thank you. That sounds good to me.
Mr. Chairman.
Hey, I'm sorry, my light, I keep trying to turn it off and it won't turn off. I don't know.
So I guess
It just finally went off. I've been trying. It's been green light. I thought that was rude.
There's a
Anyway,
button right at the bottom.
I see that button. Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate this great panel and I've enjoyed working with them, especially Mr. Smolinski. He's made a couple trips up here and we've had some visits. But I think you got to put all this in perspective a little bit. And I just like Mr. Smolinski to help me. How many PSAPs do we have in Wyoming? Public safety answering points. Who can give that answer?
Mr. Smolinski.
Mr. Chairman, we have 31.
So, right, to put that in your brain, 31 in a state of 500,000 people. And what do you think the biggest PSAP in the country is? What population base would it serve? And I realize it's an urban area versus a rural, and I'm not going to go to death on that. But I think it's probably at least 500,000 people.
Mr. Chairman, to be more than that, if we want to start taking a look at,
Yeah.
You get into, I'm going to say, what's a big one, right? Los Angeles.
Sure, just something like, and I'm not saying we go there, but the point I'm trying to make with everybody is that we have a very territorial system, the way this is developed. Most of the PSAPs are under the auspice of the county sheriff. So does Niobrara have a PSAP
Mr. Chairman,
for 2,000 people?
it does.
And Mr. Chairman, Fremont County has a PSAP and the city of Riverton has a PSAP. And there are other situations. You got 23 counties and 31 PSAPs. When there are places in the country where one PSAP would dispatch to the entire population, the same size as Wyoming. Now, please, I'm not trying to say we should do that because it's really important that the people that are talking on the phone know the local conditions. And I'm not sure that somebody in Cheyenne would know all about the back road in the Sings Canyon, for example, or anything like that. So I understand that. But the point I'm trying to make is that the cost of these PSAPs are high intensive in terms of personnel. They all have to be staffed and they have to be staffed 24/7. And that's expensive. And they have networking to them. They'd all have cabling to them and they'd have to have equipment. And do we really need 31? Or could we do it with, does Niobrara have to have its own? Does Weston County, does Platte County, they have to have their own? Does Riverton need to have its own, for example? I wish we'd be asking these questions here because once we buy new equipment and orchestrate the next generation, we're going to be more locked in to the architecture we have now. I do appreciate, I've talked to Mr. Smolinski about this. He's loud and clear. That point about regionalization is spot on. And there is equipment that can be shared, but we don't have a cheap and efficient system. And we don't have a cheap a system that is, and maybe all over the country this happens, Mr. Chairman, but it's very territorial. It's within the auspices of particular law enforcement people, particularly sheriffs, and they are extremely territorial about wanting to have a PSAP and what is included and what's not. And they're not always open to talking about, if you mention the word consolidation, it's like trying to consolidate school districts. But we could do this more efficiently. Potentially, we could do it more efficiently and pay for all of the additional upgrades within a amount of time. Last point I would make is that we traditionally have funded a lot of the 911, but not all the costs with a tax on telecommunications. And I ask you, is that really appropriate? Telecommunications is already one of the most taxed services that are out there. And this is not, it just happens you use a phone to make a call. That doesn't make it the cost causer. The cost causer is that we have a population that gets in trouble. They run off the road, they do this, they do that. Those aren't telephone customers. This is a general function of government and shouldn't be provided with phone taxes. And if you remember in our last bill with the Telecom Act, there's some parts with the prepaid that we didn't put through. So we have a little bit of more difficulty to assess a fee on the prepaid cellular, which is a lot of people have. Those are some points that have to blend into this discussion, Mr. Chairman. And if we had that broader discussion out in the open, I think we could get to funding next gen faster if we could have a plan for the rest of the network.
Senator Landon.
So, Mr. Chairman, I was just sitting here thinking how much I've learned from the good chairman over the past few years serving on this committee, and he's exactly right. And I actually thought the same thing about consolidation of schools when we started talking about this issue that the senator brought up. In the back of all of it, though, is this whole issue for our committee to remember that maybe one of the most important things we do for our constituents is keep them safe. That's probably number one, right? Isn't that what government's supposed to do? So here we've got 98,000 square miles. We've only got about 500,000 people. But we like it that way. And so we've got this thing we got to take care of. And, I hope that your group, director, can incorporate some of the thoughts that the chairman just shared. But still with the idea that maybe we could move something forward this fall. We've had this in the background for a long time, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to see us get some movement in the direction of getting us to the next level. But I am intrigued. Maybe some conversation could be had about if we wanted to regionalize, what would that look like?
Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Smolinski.
I would ask and invite possibly Co-Chairman Case to join the working group that we're looking to put together. I think there's some discussion that can take place, and I think if we can bring something forward as part of what the solution might look like, those discussions can probably take place at that table and then bring them forth to this body. And then, Mr. Chairman, I think Chief Johnson had something here.
Amy, did you have something first?
I do. You want me to
ahead.
go first? Chairman and co-chairman Amy Binning with YDOT. So I should have maybe shared a little bit more information with you. So in 2022, the state Next Gen 911 plan was passed. Since that time, these PSAPs have worked really, really hard to upgrade their equipment for 5 different priorities for Next Gen 911. That's their call handling solution, their CAD solution, their GIS information, which has to be done at the planning level, and also within many different departments within their counties. They've also had to upgrade, what am I missing? But those 5 categories make the Next Gen 911 system work. We had a planning meeting that took place in 2018, and then just recently we upgraded that plan in 2023 or 2024. And what the locals asked us is this. They said, can the state create the EZNet, which is the main network that has to connect all of the PSAPs? Because that gives them buying power. Right now, they pay for a selective router and they pay by the mile to carry that service in their communities. So when you look at the overall cost that is inhibiting some of the services and the abilities to upgrade equipment, it has to go with how much they're paying just for a connection to an EZNet, which routes their calls. If the equipment is upgraded and the funding is provided for that upgrade, you get rid of that selective router and you go into a GIS database and a core services that support routing the call. And there's more information on this in your packet. But literally what they're asking us for isn't to run their systems. It's not to, they do want an increase of a ceiling of some sort with the 911 fee. And historically across the United States, it comes from a telephone service because 85% of all calls coming into a PSAP right now are coming in over broadband service or a wireless connection. And then your other 10% is coming from a landline. So that's why that is broken up the way it is. The recording is the other service that they had to upgrade. This year alone, some of those PSAPs were paying $250,000 for a new recorder to be put in their PSAP. And they have to have 2 of them. They have to have one for call handling. They have to have one for radio because their calls come in and then they're communicated out to their different entities that they dispatch out. So when we look at the cutting costs and efficiencies, it also has to work with being able to share a call across the state line or from another entity. Because right now there's a lot of calls that are still misrouted because they're not based off of the location of the person calling. They're based off of where that location is divided into based off of an Alley Annie information. So really what we're asking for with the funding of this Next Gen 911 network between 10 million is to help alleviate some of the costs at that local level build a sustainable network and have that rate and the ability for the state to buy it at that level with the PSCC overseeing it. The PSCC is made up of all these different entities that utilize 911, as well as the people that are serving the 911 customer. And that's some of the recommendations that came from the executive summary. Thank you for your time.
Any follow-ups? Yes, Representative Webb.
I'm intrigued by thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm intrigued by what's been discussed. I have an interest in what's being discussed and would like and I can't speak for everybody, but I would like some additional training and information. I spent 17 years in law enforcement, went through the 911 system and then the enhanced 911 system and the reverse 911. And I guess now we're going to the next generation, and there was probably 10 generations between there. But I think that all of us on this committee could probably, like I said, I can't speak for them, but would benefit from some additional training and information. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we're happy to do that. We could, I could reach out to two chairs and see how we'd like to go ahead and proceed in some type of education session, if that would maybe fit the mark there.
All right. Thank you, Representative. Any follow-up? All right. Any other questions? Any other comments from you?
Chairman, if I could, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm not a big technology guy, but I would, to support Co-Chairman Case's comments, I would like to talk a little bit about what we deal with in our PSAP and how that looks for us, because I do think there's some advantage to having that perspective. So we're a county of about 13,000 people, a little under that. It costs us, if you look at our 2024 numbers, $668,000 to provide 4 dispatchers that manage round-the-clock service on 12-hour shifts, 1 dispatch supervisor that keeps track of that circus and fills in for vacations, and then we have 2 community service officers that support that at about 25%. Those costs don't include the heat, they don't include the electricity, they don't include keeping the IT stuff running 100%. It also doesn't cover administration of benefits, management, any of those things. Those are just our hard costs. To Senator Case's point, we don't just serve the mobile phone users in Goshen County. We serve that entire community, and what we do is anybody that needs help anywhere in Goshen County, which is roughly 2,200 square miles, they're going to talk to one of those 4 people that sit in that chair around the clock. To make that a little more complex for us, while we are a small county and while we are not a rich county, we have a tremendous amount of tourist traffic that comes through on their way to the Black Hills. And so none of those folks are contributing to the public safety needs of helping them when they crash and on their way to Sturgis and everything else that needs to be taken care of. The numbers for us, we get about $122,000 a year-ish based on our 24 numbers in revenue. So we're spending about $5.45 to keep the lights on and the phone answered for every dollar that we get in revenue. That's a tough lift for us. It comes out of the general fund at the city of Torrington, and it's a lot. It's also hard to staff a dispatch center. It takes a unique breed of person to keep people safe 24 hours a day and deal with some really tough stuff. The last thing I would offer is that I do think it's important to recognize that there is an element of regional knowledge that's really important. When we look at, I mean, if you look at some of the really tough calls we've handled and some of the really difficult things that happen in our area, a dispatcher's knowledge of the minutia of roads and topography and geography is incredibly important. So I definitely think there's some economy of scope and some economy of scale there that we can win on. But there's probably also a law of diminishing return there someplace where we start to impact public safety and customer service. So thank you for listening to me.
Mr. Johnson, just out of curiosity, is that all consolidated? That's EMS, sheriff, city?
We serve, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, we serve 4 law enforcement agencies, 9 volunteer fire departments, 4 EMS services, and everybody else who wants to call and get information at all hours of the day and night.
All right, thank you.
You bet.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. And you'll follow up with information for that education? And we have the Public Service Commission to speak on this?
Mr. Chairman, again, I'm Mike Robinson. I'm the chairman of the Public Service Commission. Our role in this is working with the industry on reporting outages. And as I mentioned earlier, we had a technical conference and we're currently working with them. I hope by the next meeting we have more information for you, but that's all I got.
Any questions? No, thank you. All right, is there any public comment?
These guys look like a tough crowd.
I know. All right, we'll go ahead and introduce yourselves and give your comments.
Excuse me. My name is Shad Cooper. I'm the fire chief and county fire warden for Sublette County Unified Fire. I'm here today representing the Wyoming Rural Fire Association and the Wyoming Fire Chiefs Association. Thank you for your time today. I just wanted to ask for your favorable consideration. This is a very, very important topic, as I'm sure you all would assume that I'm here to support this topic, but it was worth my while today to drive over and make sure that everybody here understands the impact for this. It's so critically important. Recently, about a year ago, I guess less than a year ago, we had a 911 call that was incorrectly routed to Sublette County. It was actually for a car wreck in Star Valley. And we spent 45 minutes driving around Sublette County because it was a similar address. And it was very difficult for us to determine that it wasn't even in our county. And we ended up, because of local knowledge with our dispatchers and some of the benefits that we just talked about from regionalization, we were able to finally figure out that it was incorrectly routed and correct, fix that. But then there was a delay in getting the data that we had from our dispatch center moved over to the other dispatch center. So a lot of the problems that I'm addressing right now would actually very significantly be improved with this next gen 911. The ability to migrate 911 phone calls from one PSAP center to another PSAP center is built within that technology. The seamless data transfer and then some redundancy as well. The ability for these PSAP centers to communicate with each other is built into this next gen technology that we're talking about. Another thing that's really important to understand about what's being considered in front of you is the ability to migrate away from the copper phone lines to fiber optic lines. And then the statewide network that was previously discussed. That alone is very significant in our ability to share information amongst these PSAP centers, and then build in redundancy with loop communication routing ability, where when we lose a copper line, we have some backup communication function with the fiber optic and some of the other technology that's already been addressed. So yeah, the Wyoming Fire Service strongly supports this program, as I'm sure you would assume we would. But I just really want to be here and be consistent and unified in our messaging that we think this is a very important topic, and we're here and happy to work with you in the interim, and look forward to finding some good solutions as we move forward with this project. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jason Hendricks with Range.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Jody Levin here on behalf of Charter Communications and Verizon.
I think we're kind of tag team this a little bit, so I'll go first. So again, Range is a communications provider in a number of areas of the state, member of the Wyoming Telecom Association. The industry group that met last year for the Telecom Act has been meeting to start talking about 911. In anticipation of this topic, we've also been working with the commission and with YDOT on the outage notification rulemaking to implement Senate File 57. So ongoing work in this topic, and I would echo that invitation from Mr. Co-Chairman to join the working group going forward to start talking about some of this stuff, and anyone else on the committee that would like to join us as well. They've been productive calls and looking forward to them. Looking forward to what Mr. Smolinski said about rates and options and fees and where we go with that. So I know it's going to be a lot of topic going forward. I don't want to get into a whole lot of that today necessarily, but enough to say that yes, we're very concerned about the $5 cap for the 911 fee on local phone bills, especially to the extent in the most rural areas where there's not competition, trying to keep rates affordable. That $5 is a cap, of course, but it could go up to the $5 depending on what the county votes for. Speaking on behalf of wireless colleagues, to the extent that you have a home that has multiple lines on the wireless accounts, and each one is paying $5, and perhaps they still have a landline for emergency purposes, or there's a backup, or whatever the case might be. Right. It could quickly be very expensive. And so looking, I think we're at a good opportunity now. I understand that there's under recovery of cost potentially with the current system, and looking for ways to fix that. But as we transition to next gen 911, I think this is a great opportunity to look at the whole thing, whether it's regionalization. As providers, we're ready to come in as fiber providers to serve the PSAPs, to help set up this network, whatever the case might be. I think to some extent we've kind of been a little bit out of the loop on some of the discussions on the next gen 911 plan. I mean, as providers, we can come in and help offer solutions, and we're looking forward to doing that. But I think this is a great opportunity to just really look at the funding in totality and rethink of how we want to do this. I mean, public safety is a government responsibility, and so to tack this on as a tax on phone bills doesn't seem to make a whole lot of sense. I mean, maybe at one point in time it did, but especially if you're going to next gen 911. It doesn't even take a phone call anymore to report under next gen 911. You can do that through an email or various other kind of electronic means and from your computer, not necessarily with your phone. I think it's confusing to the public having it on their bill for what's essentially a phone bill for what's essentially a government function. Anyways, there's a lot of things I think that we need to look at as we go forward in this process. But bottom line is, I think as telecom is a tax collector, especially when you're talking upwards of $5 per line per month, I just think it's time to really rethink that kind of a system. Efficiency studies of some sort, as looking at PSAPs and where they're located, what's expected of us from next gen 911 perspective, all that. Looking forward to those discussions, and that's all I have, unless you have any questions for me.
Mr. Chairman, that's your second invitation to the working group, so third one and you're in.
What's the pay?
Again, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I know the hour is late. I don't intend to repeat anything that my colleague has said. My clients, the communications industry, we agree. Public safety is of paramount importance. And so we appreciate the committee reviewing this topic. We have been participating in the working group with YDOT, the PSC, and the other stakeholders. Those are good discussions, and we're glad to be a part of it. As Mr. Hendricks said, industry does believe this is a core government function, and funding it through an assessment on a phone bill is inefficient. And you're seeing that not just in Wyoming, but you're seeing it across the nation. So this is something that other states are beginning to look at because the assessment isn't keeping pace with the cost of technology. And yet there's a recognition that increasing that cost on a phone bill lacks the transparency and scrutiny of typical government expenditures. And so it's a welcome conversation. We're glad to be a part of it. One point I do want to make is just to correct one piece in the materials, and I've visited with YDOT about this as well. Voice over internet does currently pay the assessment. That is in statute currently. The confusion comes in that it's not in the 911 statutes. It's not in Title 16. It's in Title 37 in the telecom statutes. So had the Telecom Act not passed, then voice over internet protocol or IP-enabled services would not be paying that 75-cent assessment. But thank you very much to the committee and the legislature for extending the Telecom Act so that those services are subject to the fee. And with that, Mr. Chairman, we look forward to being part of the interim discussion.
Any questions? Okay, thank you. All right, is there any other public comment on 9/11 services? Anyone online? Okay. With that, we will recess for the day and come back tomorrow at 8:30.